Yes, I'm moderator.
I've been trying to say hello for a while.
Thank you. Okay, and we can, by the way, we can go over to like,
Would you like your?
Oh, there's another one there.
50, we can go to 12:55
Okay.
if you want.
Okay, why don't we, the microphone's on? Everybody hear clearly? I think the microphones are important mostly for the streaming. Let's get started with this breakout session on digital trade agreements as a strategy for internet governance. We have a tremendous group of panelists here. I'm going to turn to them very shortly. My name is Ted Alden. I'm a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations here in Washington, and for many years was a reporter with various newspapers, most recently the Financial Times, their bureau chief here in Washington. I want to thank Susan very much for inviting me to moderate this important session. I was delighted in part because candidly I don't know a great deal about this issue, so this was a great chance for me to learn from some real experts. I come out of the trade policy world, and I must admit there's a tendency for those of us in trade policy who haven't dealt in this issue to look at digital trade as just a kind of another form of trade. So trade agreements are all about breaking down barriers to cross-border commerce, and in theory that ought to apply to digital trade as well. But as those of you who know a lot more than I do about this issue are aware, it's not as simple as that when it comes to digital trade and internet governance. There are a whole host of issues in this area related especially to privacy and to data security that are really quite different from selling beef or aircraft or auto parts, which is the normal stuff of trade agreements. Despite these differences, there are some very large efforts going on right now to try to fit the digital trade internet governance issue into the trade policy shoebox. And I think these efforts are not terribly well understood, and I hope when we come away from the session later today, we'll all understand it a lot better. Let me give you a little background on some of the negotiations where this issue is being fought out. First is the Trans-Pacific Partnership, or TPP negotiations, which is often referred to as a mega regional trade deal, as opposed to the NAFTA with Canada and Mexico was a regional trade deal. It's a mega regional trade deal that involves the United States, Japan, and 10 other countries in the Asia-Pacific region. The biggest country not included in those talks is China, but there's hope that somewhere down the road China may want to dock on to the TPP agreement. The TPP includes an e-commerce chapter, which is focused on gaining agreement among these 12 countries for rules governing digital trade. The United States has said that it wants in that chapter, among other things, commitments that countries won't charge import duties on e-commerce products such as software or music, that countries will agree to uphold, quote, a single global internet, ensuring that cross-border data flows are not blocked, consistent with government interests in legitimate regulation of privacy concerns. And that there will not be what are often referred to as localization requirements, which force companies to set up infrastructure, data storage, and other things within countries rather than being able to operate freely across borders. I don't think WikiLeaks has got this chapter yet. I may be wrong. So it remains secret, and we don't know to what extent the United States is actually getting what it wants from the other countries involved. But those negotiations are entering their final stages right now. There's a big meeting of trade ministers that's taking place in Maui in Hawaii. I have no idea why they're doing it in Maui. How do you expect to get any work done in Maui? But anyway, in theory, they're going to try to wrap up this deal at the end of this month. So this is on a very fast track right now. The second set of trade negotiations, which WikiLeaks did get and release the chapter, is the Trade and International Services Agreement, or TISA negotiations. The TISA talks are what are referred to as a plurilateral negotiation. Sorry for the trade wonker. It's intended to distinguish it from the multilateral agreements that take place through the World Trade Organization. The TISA involves 23 countries that represent about 70% of the world's trade in services. And there is an annex on electronic commerce being negotiated. The bracketed text of that annex shows that there are some pretty substantial differences among the 23 countries on issues including privacy, online consumer protection, protection of personal information, the regulation of the electronic spam that we all hate. My Verizon is unusable for any Verizon people out there. Data localization and a host of other issues. So a lot of controversy there that you can see actually in the text, those secret texts that have now been made public. And then finally, the third set of negotiations is what's referred to as the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, the effort to negotiate a big free trade, though it's really more a kind of regulatory agreement between the United States and the European Union. U.S. and EU have a long history on negotiating these issues through the so-called safe harbor talks, which I think we'll hear more about, that have tried to balance European privacy concerns with U.S. commercial interests. The Edward Snowden revelations about U.S. spying activities have really thrown a wrench into that whole undertaking, raised very difficult issues, particularly about the relationship between national security and data security. So as I said, to help us think through these issues, we have a tremendous set of panelists. To my immediate right, Usman Ahmed, Head of Global Public Policy at PayPal and previously Policy Counsel at eBay. His work covers the whole gamut of relevant issues here, including trade policy, intellectual property policy, financial services. To his immediate right, Joe Alhadeff, Vice President for Global Public Policy and Chief Privacy Officer at Oracle, which, as you all know, is the world's top supplier of information management software. He's formerly with the U.S. Council for International Business, a great organization, does excellent work on a whole host of international trade issues, and manages Oracle's government affairs work now on this whole set of issues. To his immediate right, Burcu Kilic, did I get that right? Not bad, okay. Legal counsel at Public Citizen. Public Citizen, the Ralph Nader created consumer group, which has long been at the forefront of pushing for greater transparency and accountability in trade negotiations. She is an expert on the legal, economic, and political issues surrounding intellectual property and trade, and recently co-authored an excellent analysis of the WikiLeaks teaser chapter on e-commerce that I recommend to you. And finally, to the far right here, or your far left, as it were, for those of you watching on the live stream, Susan Aronson, a longtime friend of mine and a trade co-conspirator, who's the research professor of international affairs here at George Washington University, and one of the country's leading experts on a host of trade and globalization issues. Her recent work is focused very much on internet governance and internet freedom and the issues raised by this new form of trade. So each of our panelists is going to make some brief opening remarks. I will ask them a few questions, and then we will open it up to the audience. We're also taking questions for those of you watching on the live stream. We're taking questions via Twitter. And so to ask a question on Twitter, use the hashtag IGF-USA_trade. Again, that's hashtag IGF-USA_trade. So Usman, I will turn it over to you, and thanks again for being here.
Great. Thanks, Edward. Thanks for the to Susan and to the organizers for inviting me to participate in this important, interesting, and I think very timely, given where the U.S. Congress is and where the trade agreements are right now, topic. And Edward, I thought it was a great kind of overview of where things are. And what Susan asked me to do was kind of provide a little bit of the business economic context for trade agreements. And so I was thinking, let's go take a big step back. Why did trade agreements even exist? And that's because all of a sudden in the, the first big trade agreement was in the 1940s after World War II, where you started seeing all these globalized businesses that were kind of repairing a lot of the global economy. And there were all these rules about trading goods across borders that were divergent. And so, several countries came together and said, why don't we try to improve this system so it makes it easier for people to trade their goods across borders. And fast forward to today, where you've got the internet kind of completely changing who is actually capable of engaging in that type of trade. And so I'm going to throw a lot of statistics out in a little bit, but I thought it was most helpful to understand the economic opportunity through a case study approach. And so the particular case study I want to focus on is a really small business out of the state of Washington called GameClip. Okay, and GameClip was started 3 years ago by a student at the time at the University of Washington who was studying applied mathematics, but the product doesn't have anything to do with applied mathematics. He took a class on kind of engineering and design. His name is Ryan French. Took a class on engineering and design, and he saw that a lot of his friends were playing smartphone games in class. And actually, I think the Internet Society was giving a keynote here today, and they have a really interesting report out this couple of weeks ago from their chief economist called the Global Information Society Report. And one of the key findings is about the mobile internet, and it finds that I think 32% of all internet traffic on mobile is actually smartphone games. So that's pretty significant marketplace. And so Ryan saw that this marketplace was growing. He saw his friends were playing kind of smartphone games, and he noticed that they weren't just playing like Candy Crush Saga or like something simple where you can just use your hands. They were playing like Halo and like super complicated games on their smartphones. And so he said, man, that seems really difficult to just use your fingers and play that. So he had taken this applied engineering design class, and he kind of designed this product called the Game Clip, which basically connects on your smartphone, and at the bottom you can connect a PlayStation controller, and you can play very complicated games now on your smartphone. So cool design, cool product, but now what? He started a website, www.gameclip.com, and all of a sudden people from all around the world said, man, I really want one of those. And within the course of 1 year, he had sold a Game Clip to 80 different countries. So as a student in undergrad, starting a business, within a year, getting it off the ground, getting a website, and selling to 80 different countries. If this was 25 years ago before the commercial internet, not possible. And even if it was 5 or 10 years ago before there was kind of ubiquitous connectivity and smartphone penetration, you would just not see this be possible. Ryan might have gone to like his local retailer and tried to get it in there, and then maybe he would have gotten international, and then it would have taken 20 years to get international. But now he can just launch the website and all of a sudden it's everywhere. So that's a case study, but now I think there's a lot of data to prove out what the benefits of this is. And I think probably the best work has been done by the U.S. International Trade Commission, and we have David Coffin here, who worked very closely on that report called the Digital Trade in the Global Economies Report, Part 2. And I think the key findings were the GDP increase from digital trade was found to be about between 517 and $710 billion to the US GDP. And interestingly, so there's a lot of talk about, I think there will be talk here and in other forums in technology about how this affects, how technology and globalization affects equality and jobs. And so the report has some very interesting findings on the fact that real wages actually go up by almost 5% as a result of the efficiency gains from technology and the internet. And then most interestingly on jobs, the report finds that there's a potential increase of 2.4 million full-time jobs in the United States as a result of digital trade. So a lot of very positive upward economic trends for the US economy as a result of this proliferation of digital trade. And as I mentioned, not just for really, really big businesses, but actually for really, really tiny businesses. And so the last thing I'll say before I turn it over is kind of we're going to be talking, I think, a lot about trade policy. And again, so trade policy has traditionally, as Edward mentioned, been focused on agriculture and manufacturing and big business issues. And I want to toss out two thoughts. One, there are certainly these new interesting issues that I think Joe and Berkut will focus a lot on: privacy, intellectual property, where there really needs to be a shift in the way of thinking about those issues in relation to technology. But I also want to throw out the idea that manufacturers and agriculture businesses also care a lot about technology and how trade agreements are playing out. So for example, Boeing sends updates to its engines all around the world using the internet. And I think many of us, or hopefully none of us, were caught in United's recent kind of server glitch where all their planes were grounded because of a technology glitch. So you've got aviation issues, you've got manufacturing issues. Cargill, which is kind of like a food production company, they do data science on how to develop more efficient food production. So you've got agricultural issues that are internet issues. And so really it's almost, we have all these trade agreements you talked about. They all have chapters and segmented approaches to the way they approach policy, but now the internet is really cross-cutting everything. And so thinking about the democratization of all of these industries and how the internet affects that and how we can promote that, I think is kind of a very, very important topic that I hope we talk a little bit about. Thanks.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Usman. Joe.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to join in. So I'm going to build on what Usman had said in talking about some of the benefits, but I'm going to talk about perhaps the technology context a little more directly. And a lot of people say data is the currency or the oil of the new economy. But what does that actually mean? Well, if we think about today's world and more the world that's coming towards us tomorrow, people interact with people, people interact with objects, objects interact with objects in computer-aware environments to avail themselves from services delivered through the cloud, supported by a level of analytics we haven't understood yet and haven't used until today. That is the world we live in, for which data is an essential element, for which data doesn't understand what a geographic boundary is, and for which most business uses don't limit themselves to within a geographic boundary. His friend with GameClip had a physical product, but he actually it was advertised and through word of mouth on the internet. It was because of internet-enabled games where people were playing Halo with each other in spare time across jurisdictions. So this is the new world we live in. The buzzword that gets used, especially when you talk about trade policy or if you're talking to anyone from the OECD, is data-driven innovation. And I will say that data-driven innovation is a potential engine of incredible economic growth and societal benefit. I say potential because there are ways we can screw it up. And part of the question is, what is the relationship between trade policy and data-driven innovation? In APEC, there had been a document which was called the Digital Prosperity Checklist, and we can get into it in the Q&A, but...
Joe, just quick, can you tell, I mean, it's
Sure.
sort of different levels of expertise here, so tell
Sure.
everybody briefly what APEC is.
APEC is the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation. So if you think about it, think of countries that have a Pacific Rim, including the countries you don't think of that have a Pacific Rim, like Russia, Canada, et cetera. So it's not just the natural Asia-Pacific countries you think of, but also economies in Latin America that face the Pacific, et cetera. So this concept of the Digital Prosperity Checklist came up with the idea of the 6 I's, alliteration cells in APEC. And the 6 I's are important because they were infrastructure, investment, information flows, innovation, intellectual capital, and the last I was a cheat because it's integration only because we couldn't think of a good I for trade. But if you think of trade policy is actually dependent on the other 5 I's. It's a matrix. So if you get information flows wrong, good trade policy isn't going to help you because that's integral to it. If you don't have investment, you're hobbling the others. So think of these as mutually dependent and matrixed concepts. So now you have economies who all want to participate in this thing, the digital economy. They want to kind of be the next whatever in the digital economy. So what we start seeing is countries try to think of, how do I drive business to my country? And in some cases, you still have people looking at a constructive concept of how do I do the race to the top? How do I make myself the most desirable location for business to want to be? And you see some countries that are doing good things to actually attract business, whether it's because they've laid out the right infrastructure, they have the right policies, et cetera. But then you see some people who are looking at data localization as a forcing function. So I'm going to create a set of requirements that make you come to my country. But data localization is many things. It's not just one thing. So one of them in the forcing function is related to indigenous innovation and industrial policy. In that one, you have countries that may be saying, you have to manufacture in my country, your data can't leave my country. And the reason you want to do that is because you want them to build the hub in your country, or you want them to actually do something or contribute to the industrial policy of your country. And that can be done in a very coercive manner, or it can be done in a light touch manner. The light touch manner, it operates as a tax on your doing business. The coercive manner, it operates as a significant constraint on your doing business. The problem is that it's a fallacy to think that a forcing function can bring you economic prosperity. There have been lots of studies that just demonstrate that that just doesn't happen. There's also a confusion as to the leverage. So I'm going to take cloud computing as an example. And we are also a cloud company, so we know of this thing. And there's this concept that my country has to have a cloud operator. Well, actually, your greatest leverage is not in serving the cloud, it is in using the cloud. So if your country has access to the cloud, That is the biggest thing that is going to help you economically. Over time, there's no reason why you shouldn't consider being a cloud operator or anything else, but it's not the first stop on the highway. The first stop on the highway is letting the small businesses and other businesses and government in your country benefit from the use of these technologies. So that's one thing. You then have data localization as a non-tariff trade barrier to either protect local industry, protect incumbents, or transfer technology. This ends up being a race to mediocrity in a captive domestic market. There's lack of global competition, which leads to lack of a cutting-edge technology in the marketplace. Furthermore, the fear of exposure to the loss of intellectual property may lead to exclusion of technology from the market. So in many ways, these kind of elements hobble the market for quite a long time. The last, data localization, is actually the hardest to judge, because that's the data localization to protect citizen rights or national security. And the reason why that's the hardest to judge is those are significant and legitimate exercises of government power. The question is, what is the motivation? Because you can use those terms not to affect those ends. You can use those terms to affect one of the two previous localization methodologies, but you understand from a PR campaign that if you say what you mean in both of those other two, it's negative press, whereas this other moniker may actually be beneficial for you. So this is a very difficult thing, because understanding motivation is difficult, because most regulatory and other edicts don't come with a truth in advertising, this is our motivation for why we're doing this. It's probably better that they don't, actually. And a potential workaround to the thinking on those is the idea that within the GATS already, there is language related to security and privacy as an exception. And the GATS has limitation language related to that, including the need to have the concept of
I'm going to do one more acronym on you. So GATS is the overall umbrella for trade in services as part of the WTO. The specific negotiation I talked about, TISA, is a much more focused negotiation with a smaller group of companies. GATS are the sort of very loose rules that at the moment govern everybody. Sorry.
And in the trade world, GATS is kind of the equivalent to the sign at Disney that you have to be this tall to get on the ride. So if you're going to learn any acronym in the trade world, that's the one you need to know. And the other concept is, apart from just necessary, is it the least intrusive means where multiple means are available? Because usually there's not just one way to regulate or think about something, whether it's privacy, security, or whatever. Is it the least intrusive means to accomplish your necessary end? And then finally, have you narrowly tailored and limited your drafting to the narrow scope of the objective you're trying to achieve? So that's actually one of the ways of thinking about it. And then lastly, I'm going to use the jet engine concept, because often it's actually other people sending information. Boeing may not be making those jet engines, but because a good friend of mine at GE does, and so he would want me to correct that. And so, but the concept is the GE engine sends about 1 terabyte worth of data during a long flight on its maintenance and performance, so they know what to do with it when it lands. And the answer is, not a single piece of that data is personally identifiable, though all of it is tremendously important, and that communication needs to be secured. So the concept is, when we think about data flows, we have to think about what is PII, personally identifiable information, what is not. We also have to think about, in our innovative use of technology with these new analytics, which elements of data are important to us, because while we may want to make sure that our privacy rights are secured, how we secure them may need to have more flexibility so that we can make use of these innovative technologies. But I'll leave that as part of the Q&A.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Joe. Burcu.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, as someone who has worked at the intersection of intellectual property and international trade for a decade, I can speak with confidence that international trade agreements, they became a vehicle for norm setting on internet policy issues, from intellectual property to e-commerce, from cross-border data transfers to privacy, local technology, and investor-state dispute settlement mechanisms. Recent mega multilateral negotiations, like Edward mentioned, TPP, Trans-Pacific Partnership, TTIP, Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, and last but not least, Trade in Services Agreement, TISA. They devise a trade model and incorporate internet governance issues into the trade negotiations. So these negotiations are closed, and that's why they are a poor forum for making internet policy, and that leads to a policy that naturally favors businesses with major lobbying operations in Washington D.C., Brussels, and Geneva. And they are not kind of like a forum that we like the issues to be discussed. Joseph mentioned privacy. Yeah. So like one of the biggest issues in all these free trade agreements is the cross-border data transfers, and the TPP will be the first free trade agreement which will include a direct obligation for the cross-border data transfers. E-commerce chapter hasn't been leaked, so we don't know what is it. We don't know the provision, but we can guess because we know that USTR uses like the previous FTAs as a template. So the chorus provision, and we are guessing that it's based on the chorus.
Chorus again, Burcu. So chorus is that. Sorry, this is hard because and what's interesting, challenging about this is because we're bringing two worlds together. Right, you folks all know a lot more about internet governance than I do, but trade chorus is the U.S.-Korea Free Trade Agreement, which was concluded in the Bush administration, ratified under the Obama administration. And many of the provisions in the Trans-Pacific Partnership are very closely going to mirror the provisions in the U.S.-Korea trade deal. Sorry, go ahead, Burcu.
But there wasn't a direct obligation for cross-border data transfers in chorus, but there would be one in the TPP. So we don't know the provision. But when you talk to the negotiators, they try to clarify that don't worry, there is an exception there for privacy, and we don't know. We haven't seen the privacy exception. And interestingly, Joe mentioned that talk about the OECD, and OECD says that the data talks about the data-driven innovation. But the OECD report, the OECD Digital Economy Outlook report, which came out like very recently, also to talk about privacy, and it says that no country has a national strategy on online privacy protection or funding to do research for this. And privacy viewed as a matter for law enforcement authorities. So in trade agreements, there is cross-border data transfers. There is a direct obligation for that, but we don't know whether there is an exception for privacy. And when you talk to the negotiators or the businesses or like the rule makers, they say that don't worry, there's GATS 14 exception, which is a general exception, which was negotiated before pre-internet era. And which was like I think that's concluded in 1995, and which has never been tested, which has never been subject to WTO WTO case dispute resolution. So we don't know whether it will work or not, because it's structured in a way that the countries, if they come up with measures, it should be like necessary, and then you have to prove that your measure shouldn't amount to arbitrary and it shouldn't create an unjustifiable discrimination. All these trade terms we don't know much about, and it shouldn't place a disguised restriction on trade in services. It's like a completely foreign language for us. Like I've been dealing with trade more than 10 years, but I've been focusing on intellectual property and trade. And when I read the GATS 14 exception, I'm like, okay. So no one knows whether it will work. And the TISA leak came out like a couple of weeks ago, and I had the privilege to analyze the text. And it's same in TISA. We know that there's a direct obligation for cross-border data transfers, and there is a ban on local servers, but no one talks about privacy. And when you talk to the TISA negotiators, they are like, don't worry, there would be a general exception in core tax for privacy. But our position is like, okay, we are talking about internet. We are talking about internet policy. What happened to multi-stakeholderism? You know, we want the data flows, and it is needed for 21st century economy. But we also need to talk about privacy. And the issue is like you can't really discuss or negotiate open internet behind closed doors, and we should be part of this discussion. If there would be an exception for privacy in these trade agreements, it should be discussed. You know, we can't really rely on general exceptions which were like negotiated during the 1995, like during the 1990s, and it has which haven't ever tested, or which haven't been like subject to a dispute resolution. So that's our standpoint with this trade agreement. There are other issues like fair use, like for instance, and with Usman, we fought really hard for a fair use exception in the TPP. The USTR came up with some kind of solution, which we don't think that
Sorry,
it's
can
enough.
you explain that just a little more? So what is a fair use exception? Just briefly?
I mean, most of the U.S. internet-related U.S. businesses and services have been developed because of the fair use exception, because it's a limitation, an exception for the copyright.
Okay.
So in international law, we have limitations and exceptions for copyright. But U.S. has its own structure, which we call fair use, and which has been used by all these internet-related services and goods. But the problem is like USTR, instead of like promoting fair use, pushing for fair use in free trade agreements, they push for this they push for three-step tests, which comes from the international agreements, and for in the TPP. We fought really hard for a fair use language, you know, and USTR came up with like a solution, a kind of solution, which didn't satisfy us, and I don't think whether it satisfied the US businesses either. But it's another thing, because when we talk about the internet, it's about users. It's not only about the content industry or the ICT technology, or it's also about the users, and unfortunately we don't really have like, you know, access to the text, and no one listens to us.
WikiLeaks needs to get it out there. They just got to work harder.
Yeah, we are looking for the e-commerce sector.
Thank you very much, Burcu. Susan.
Okay, so I'm going to take a very different perspective on this, and what I'd like to do is just get you to think about whether or not, I basically think this could be a great thing to promote the free flow of information through binding obligations in a trade agreement. Could be. The problem is it's a very incomplete analysis, and part of the problem, I think, as I've been trying to put forward for the last, I think, 3 years with Rob Maxim, who now works with Ted at the Council on Foreign Relations, is that basically when you're regulating information flows through language in a trade agreement, you're really doing internet governance, but you're not saying you're doing internet governance. But it's not just internet governance that you're doing. You're affecting democracy, right? Because so much of governance occurs online now. You're affecting access to education and healthcare and scientific and technological progress. So I think we need to think long and hard about whether or not trade agreements are the best place to do this. Again, I want to look you in the eye and say, I really want to do this, I just want to do it right. Okay, so what does doing it right mean? It seems to me it has to begin by thinking about what are the implications of encouraging the free flow of information and then providing exceptions in a trade agreement to limit that flow, right? So an exception basically says, here are your obligations, and here are when you can breach your obligations as long as you do so in a manner that is necessary, proportionate, and non-trade distorting. Okay. The problem is that the United States hasn't really thought well about this, and part of it is because in the U.S. government there isn't one person responsible for the internet, and also because the people at USTR, there's no mechanism for them to really talk about what does it mean to encourage the free flow of information and its relationship to these other issues I mentioned before, such as digital rights and scientific and technological processes and governance, etc. So I think through Edward Snowden, if you believe what he revealed is correct, netizens have learned about the inconsistencies in U.S. and other governments' attitudes towards the internet. So here the United States is saying, we absolutely want to make the free flow of information a default, but yet we've usurped that flow by surveilling the world's communication. We've shown utter disregard for other countries' norms and rules on privacy. And we often signal to other governments that if you don't adopt our norms on site takedowns, okay, we're not going to do a trade agreement with you. And while I agree that we have to find ways to protect online copyright, we also have to find ways to be respectful of other nations' approaches to those norms, as well as the type of law they have. As Igf-Usa said, other countries have civil law, they don't have fair use. Okay. Using exceptions, that really worries me for information flows. And the reason I think that is because exceptions are very broad and they're very rare. So for example, since the GATT, the precursor to the WTO, it began in 1948, excuse that passive voice sentence. So we've been conducting freer trade with many nations since 1948. No nation has ever used the national security exception. As Igf-Usa said, there's never been a trade dispute related to privacy. So we don't know how these disputes could play out and if they will be protective of these national norms or rules that require nations or that lead nations to breach their obligations. So all I'm saying here is that do we really think that saying here's the default free flow of information and then saying the way to deal with this is through exceptions if you want to breach the rules for national security reasons or for privacy or for public morals. That's the way it's always been done in trade, and I'm cool with that. But what I'm not so sure about is does that work with information flows, because as Ted pointed out to you, and as you know well, information flows may or may not be traded because no money exchanges hands when you and I review an article about whether or not Madonna is a mediocre singer or something like that. Okay, now I don't want to diss the United States only because other nations or groupings of nations are equally inconsistent. And what I mean by that, for example, the EU says, hey, in TTIP, no data protection. We're not going to discuss it. Wait a minute, guys. But there's the exception for privacy. So there's something in there, and it certainly relates to the EU data protection rules. There's got to be some sort of reconciliation of that. Okay? The United States, by the way, in TPP has already accommodated Australia's demands. Australia has said, hey, we want to protect the healthcare data of our citizens. We have a law on that. So we are not going to let our healthcare data of our citizens be on non-Australian servers. So given that the United States has accommodated one nation's approach to privacy, I think in the future we're going to have to find something new and creative that works. And maybe an exception is not the best way to go with that. I just want to raise that in your mind. The next thing is that clearly the revelations about Snowden have led other countries to distrust the United States and distrust companies that provide cloud services. I think that's incredibly unfortunate. And there is no doubt in my mind, although I've never seen any good measures of this, that has inspired nations to adopt measures that they say are necessary to preserve trust and protect their citizens' data or consumer data. But they say they're necessary and we say they're protectionist. But we don't really know. And who's to judge that? Usually that's done in a trade dispute. I really wonder whether trade professionals can make that distinction. What's necessary, right, for public morals, to protect privacy or for national security versus what is protectionist. I just don't think that's an easy decision for people on a trade dispute panel to make. So I'm just wondering, again, if that is going to work. And then we also need to say, right now, no trade agreement that discusses e-commerce says much about issues like internet stability, okay, which I take to mean, which some people call internet resilience and other people call cybersecurity. Okay, but there's nothing in there about, for example, things that, if information flows are traded, guys, malicious information flows are also traded, and you know malicious information flows as malware. So, should trade agreements govern that? Well, wait a minute, you can't have it both ways. If you're gonna govern information flows, you gotta govern malicious information flows. Frankly, I really don't wanna see the WTO in the issue of cybersecurity, but I could be wrong here. But again, I'm saying to you, here we are moving ahead, but we haven't really thought about the consequences of this. Now I wanna talk about another issue which relates to human rights. In the United States, we have a very different definition of human rights than other countries. And the reason is because in the United States, we have political and civil rights, but we really don't have economic, cultural, and social rights. And we American policymakers and citizens need to think about the notion that other nations provide public goods online, like education. We do too, but the government doesn't really do it, right? Private companies do it. We need, and state universities, obviously, and private universities, but we need to really think about why governments have taken the positions they have as to the appropriate role of governments online and what governments should be doing to regulate the free flow of information. So that's a question we need to think about. We also need to think about, in the United States, we don't really think about people using the internet to organize as a basic right. But other governments restrict that online, so they're restricting access to information, they're restricting human rights. Are trade agreements really gonna govern that? Is that really what we wanna see? I don't know. It could be a good thing. Because I'm in the school, you may have heard a while back, Google wanted the US government to challenge Chinese censorship as trade distorting. Okay, and at first I thought that was a great idea. Because if you believe that information flows are traded services, you should be able to challenge restrictions on governments, when governments restrict such services across borders, right? So therefore, the trade regime could be a venue to enhance some human rights. But the more I think about this, is that really what we want? So my goal here, to summarize, has been to just get you thinking about this. I've tried to talk about this with USTR. I know on a daily basis, USTR speaks to people at the Department of State whose job it is to encourage scientific progress, or people whose job it is to encourage digital rights. And yet, I don't feel convinced that they've really weighed the implications of this. And why I am the queen of ambivalence, because I'd really like to see it happen, but then I worry, be careful what you wish for. So I have some recommendations for policymakers, and I put it in a 2-page policy brief that's a handout back there, but basically, the first thing I'd like to see is, hey, policymakers should be thinking about this from the internet as a whole. There should be 3 people in the US government who say, hey, wait a minute, is this really gonna be good for the internet or not? Second thing I'd like to see is, we need to be thinking about whether or not, if we do this, it's gonna be good for interoperability and the rule of law. And the reason I say that is because I'm on something called Working Group 2 of the Freedom Online Coalition, which is 24 governments that are trying to get together to define shared norms for the internet. And guess what? I don't see these shared norms. Very different norms for privacy, very different norms for what the rule of law actually means, because they have different concepts of the role of government online and what the internet should be doing. And then finally, what is a barrier to digital trade? I don't see why the WTO Secretariat, if TISA is going to move forward, the WTO Secretariat does scholarly reports all the time for members. Why not define what exactly is a barrier to digital trade? Okay, to me, server location seems like such a barrier, if you're going to require that, but when is it okay, in the interest of protecting your citizens' privacy, to require that the server be there? This is going to be really hard to define. And I just learned that the World Bank is going to try to look at that. That's a great thing, because we're moving into this without really knowing what we're doing. And is that a good idea? big question mark. I'll leave you with that.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Susan. Thanks to all our panelists for a fabulous introduction to this. I'm going to ask a couple of questions of the panelists, and they may want to respond to things that were said by others here, but then I'm going to turn it to the audience pretty quickly and take your questions, because I'm sure there's a lot out there. A reminder for those who want to send in questions via Twitter, use hashtag IGF-USA_trade. Usman, I actually want to throw a question directly at you. I know what our other panelists are worried about. Susan's worried about whether trade agreements are the right form here and how to create the best construction for ensuring a robust internet, but also dealing with privacy concerns. Burju is very worried about the way it's being negotiated. These trade agreements do take place, and this is a long tradition. There's secret negotiations. The idea is, you don't want to reveal your positions publicly because it will be hard to back down from them. And so Burju is very worried about is this an appropriate issue for that sort of form. Joe is very worried about governments using coercive measures like localization to try to force businesses to operate in ways that may not make a lot of sense for them. What are you worried about?
I would say I'm worried about what's actually in the substance of the trade agreement, probably more than anything, because one thing that I don't think people outside trade policy world would know, but everybody inside trade policy world knows, as you mentioned, or as Burku mentioned, the TPP will be based upon what was in the Korea Free Trade Agreement, which was based upon what was in the last, so it's kind of very sedimentary. And the internet is not sedimentary, right? The internet disrupts everything. So the idea of kind of revisiting all of these provisions, whether they're, and as I keep mentioning, whether they're in financial services area, whether they're in the goods area, whether they're in the agricultural area, I think that's what I'm really concerned about, is are those individual segments being thought about. As Burku mentioned, there have been limitations and exceptions in the international trade space for intellectual property, but do they make sense when everybody's referencing everything online and copyright really needs to be rethought? Trademark, for example, potentially needs to be rethought in the globalized internet world. And then one little thought I'll throw out there, because I don't know when I'm going to get to talk again, is this idea of exceptions, and I just wanted to weigh in really quickly, just to throw out to the audience the idea that there has been actually a dispute resolution case related to the internet, and it dealt directly with an exception to cross-border services, and it was a case actually involving the United States, where the United States had 4 laws that prohibited gambling online. And actually, the United States was challenged by the tiny little government of Antigua, saying you shouldn't have these laws that prohibit online gambling. And the U.S. said, well, this is a public morals issue. These are our domestic regulations designed to protect our public moral of prohibiting gambling. And the interesting part I think we really need to think about when we're thinking about exceptions and how they're applied and how trade policy works is actually 3 of those laws were upheld. And that it is okay to have a public moral for gambling, whether or not you think that's okay or not. But the only one that was struck down was only struck down because the actual law said domestic gambling providers are okay, but international gambling providers, you can't provide your gambling service into our country. That's what trade policy really deals with, is discrimination. And so when there's a law that treats a domestic service provider a lot more favorably than an international provider, that's where we might have a trade policy issue. So just last thing I'll say is, for Joe's example of these server location issues, if you're a domestic business in Germany, you probably have a server in that country anyway. And so by creating a law that requires everybody to have servers, you're treating foreign providers differently. So that's the mentality to think about trade, and why it's, I think, potentially very interesting from an internet perspective, where the internet is already so global and doesn't treat bytes and bits differently, to have a trade regime where everything is, again, thought about very globally and doesn't discriminate.
It's interesting, just, in this exercise, we're all kind of filling in background from the different parts that we know. There's been a lot of reference to disputes here. And just to be clear, one of the reasons I think that so many, for want of a better word, sectors of our economy want to be part of these trade agreements is because it has dispute resolution mechanisms. I mean, the pharmaceutical companies wanted to see patent rights included in the trade regime because there was some way to enforce those internationally. The WTO, if you're believed to violate WTO rules, the WTO will assemble what's in effect a court. It's arbitrators who are experts in trade law who will sit and rule on whether your behaviors violate the rules that you agreed to in the WTO? And if the answer is yes, potentially your country is subject to trade sanctions. I think it's fair to say there's no other international organization that has that same sort of dispute resolution mechanism that has a real bite. And so, you know, when our panelists are talking about, you know, has this been dealt with through the legal process, that's what they're referring to here, is this essentially international court arrangement that the WTO has set up, and that you know, a lot of interested parties want to be able to avail themselves of, because it's a powerful. Did you have a question specifically on this, or?
Specifically on that.
Yeah, please identify yourself. Yeah, thank you.
I'm Patrice.
Yeah.
I don't think this is working.
Is that well? Just speak loudly.
Yeah, okay. My name is Patrice Lyons. I'm an attorney in D.C., and I've been involved in the internet back since the 70s with the basic technology. Bob Conn has been certified representative for a number of years. So right now we're moving from location-specific identification to actually identifying the bits, the data structures, independent of location. It's backwards compatible with the other. Now, I think Ms. Aronson was noting about the information. Now, the internet, as I'm viewing it, is essentially an information system of global stature. And as we're moving away from the location-specific to managing information itself, I'm really concerned, and I'm familiar with the internet case that I know John Jackson over Georgetown, he was really interested in, is that you're actually then setting up, and the dispute resolution is exactly what I'm concerned about. That's why I raised my hand. Because if you're going to set up a body that's sort of supernatural, national, to actually govern information flows, then that gives me pause, because what happens with our basic fundamental constitutional rights in this process?
Can I
The right to
take that
free
one?
speech. And so essentially, it's that very situation where you have a trade court that may not be responsible to act in local situations. So is there any possibility of going to the trade court and getting out and going back into the national laws?
Good question. So you know, to what extent do we want to turn over some of these issues, which are key to a whole bunch of sectors of our economy, to the possibility of international court arbitration? Susan, you wanted to respond to that?
I
and
think
maybe
there's a little bit of a misunderstanding here.
pull the microphone
Okay.
closer here too.
So
yeah.
the first thing is, this is all a big if, right? Because we don't know if TISA will, if the negotiating states will come to TISA, and then it will end up with the trade dispute mechanism, and it'll be part of the WTO, or any other trade dispute mechanism that is part of any other trade agreement, right? None of these are completed agreements. But please understand this. In any trade dispute, the first thing that happens is negotiations among the two parties. And if they can't find common ground, then they select the panelists, okay, for that trade dispute. And let's say it's the United States versus Antigua, as in the public morals case. Okay, then what happens? This is a very democratic rule of law procedure. And in fact, it's very transparent, although it takes a really long time. But U.S. sovereignty is in no way affected by this, and let me explain why. Because first, when the panel dispute is issued, okay, the United States can do one of three things, or any other country. They can ignore it and potentially have retaliation. They can change their policy, or they can compensate and keep their policy. So U.S. sovereignty and democracy is in no way, shape, or form affected by it. But then there's an appeal,
Yeah.
if you want. But the appeal is totally binding. But again, the United States can ignore what the panel says, but then risk retaliation. And I can tell you, in the 60-ish years since the GATT, no major big country has ever been retaliated against. It's small countries that are retaliated against.
But the problem I see
Yeah.
is not necessarily that it's not going to go through this. And I'm familiar. I went back to the NAFTA days, and I remember because they incorporated some broadcast satellite work that I was involved in at the time. And essentially, though, you still have the notion of a group of trade specialists making an initial cut on very sensitive freedom of expression issues. And I think that there has to be some escape valve here, because otherwise we're going down a road, especially with the internet expanding, more specifically into managing units of information. We call them digital objects or digital entities. And so you're actually then at a very granular level managing information. And it's not just the bits and bytes here.
Well, so I'd be interested in other responses on the panel. I mean, the idea of an escape valve is a very interesting one. And in some ways, it's similar to an exception. I mean, when we look at issues like privacy, say, is everybody on this panel comfortable with giving the Australians an exception for health records? Or the Canadians have talked about, a broader range of personal information. I mean, could we all agree on this panel on what a sort of reasonable set of exceptions or escape valves might be? And I open that to anyone who wants to take it here.
Oh, take it.
Thanks, John.
I think, I mean, first off, I'll disagree with something Susan said in the sense of there's no commonality of privacy norms. There's no commonality of the role government should play in privacy, but that's different than privacy norms. If you look at fair information practice principles in the United States, if you look at the OECD guidelines, if you look at the Council of Europe Treaty 108, if you look at the APEC framework, if you look at the EU directive and the draft regulation currently under consideration, they all share core principles. The core principles are not at issue. In fact, the OECD, when it revised its guidelines drafted in 1980, the core principles were seen as continually applicable. How you applied them is what changed. So I think, the age of the document is not the question. The norms are not the question. I think when you look at the privacy exception and the security exception, I don't know as much about the public morals exception, they have cast a huge shadow because countries have not been willing to run up against the exception to have it applied because every country wants to maintain the exception if they need it. We were having this issue on the security exception on the preferential market access with India when it was dealing with private sector. And every government, whether it was the Indian government or the US government or Europeans and Japanese who were all involved in the mix, the concept of coming up to that exception was done on tiptoes and very tenderly because no one wanted to trip the exception. So the exceptions have cast a shadow. I also think that when we look at the exceptions, while they themselves haven't been applied, some of the wording in them has actually been dealt with in other trade contexts. So the words necessary and arbitrary are not without meaning in the trade world. They actually have a long history of meaning in the trade world. So we're not at this kind of zone of, green fields, we don't understand anything about these topics. I think the idea of the concern that was raised of we're atomizing data into these smaller components or objects and those data are working independently, it's an absolute truth in terms of where we're going. But I'm not sure that's what trade agreements are actually. I don't think trade agreements are in the business of trying to manage those, except where a law may distort the ability to use them. Because in many cases, localization laws are distortive of trade flows that otherwise exist. And if we can make sure that trade law goes in that direction only and doesn't become the micromanager of first choice, I think that's very important. So again, Usman actually said it best. It's your concern also. We don't know what the text says. There's a concept of we all know what we'd like to see. We're not sure what we're going to see, and so we're all kind of waiting with bated breath. Having a lobbyist doesn't give you access to that anyway. So, I think we're all in that same place. So I think we have to make sure that we are focusing where we need to focus and not letting us get out of control on the concept. Because, for instance, data flows is a governance issue. There are two types of governance, and I don't need to explain this to an IGF crowd, but governance of the internet and governance on the internet are very different things, and unfortunately, they're often confused. So again, these are the kinds of things we need to manage. And the last thing I would add is and Usman alluded to this, I think one of the things we have a danger of is what is commercial versus what is not commercial is now no longer a distinct line. And there is a danger for applying statutes meant to apply to companies to individuals who happen to be acting in a way that might seem a bit like a company. And I'm not sure people who are drafting these agreements are as sensitive as they should be to that distinction. I think they understand it, but they may not understand the ramifications of technology related to it. And we see this in the drafting of privacy law, we see this in the drafting of security principles, we see this in almost every element where it's now very difficult to distinguish between the individual and the company in some realms of endeavor. And in some realms of endeavor, the individual should be held to the responsibility of a company because they're engaging in something that could put others' information or data at risk. And this is a conversation we have not had in any depth and do not understand sufficiently. And it's one where we could have significant negative repercussions, both in the people who are trusting in those individuals to do the right thing, and in the individuals who are engaging in exercises of freedom that should not be otherwise constrained. So I would say that's also a topic that we haven't figured out how to deal with, and I don't think trade agreements are the place to resolve that topic, but I also don't know what the proper place is.
Could you just give an example of that? That would be really helpful.
Sure, you can have an individual who is developing a sharing website, and that sharing website is helping exchange information, and there's no profit, but the person actually happens to be getting notoriety, and that notoriety allows them to become more useful, and ads all of a sudden want to be on that person's event. So they've gone from what was an individual exercise to a commercial exercise. If that sharing of information happened to be services targeted at people whose families have certain types of illnesses, now all of a sudden you have massively personal and sensitive information. And if that person doesn't live up to certain security parameters and certain responsibilities, then they have played fast and loose with people's information. So it's this whole, where do you draw the line, especially in the new app economy that we have, is extremely difficult.
Very interesting. We have another question here.
Hi, my name is Susan Chalmers. I had a question about what happens when these two spheres are converging, so of trade and of internet governance. Usman made a point about substance in the text of the TPP. I really appreciated your comment that the TPP is in some ways sedentary because it's just built upon previous FTAs, and that doesn't necessarily take into account the new sections or the internet-related sections. Burju made a comment about procedure in terms of multi-stakeholderism and transparency. We have that in internet governance land, but in the world of trade is quite different. So if you're a TPP negotiation round is quite different than like an ICANN or a GAC session, yet the TPP has provisions that relate to CCTLDs and how they handle disputes. So I'm just wondering how I know that we're kind of all working our way through it, but I'm wondering how you see this intersection playing out, and are there any possible ways that you can make these two spheres a bit more complementary?
Burju, do you want to take a stab at that?
Yeah, sure. Okay, this is a tough question coming from Susan Chalmers. So, I dedicated the last 5 years of my life to the TPP, and I've been to almost all the TPP rounds, and I talked to...
Sadly, you're going to Hawaii at the end of the
sadly,
month.
I'm going to Hawaii. And I talked to the negotiators, and my background is like patents and access to medicine, so I'm an access to medicines person, and it's a reality. Free trade agreements are our reality, because we learned by experience that, after WTO and the TRIPS agreement, the bilateral and multilateral trade agreements became the venue for international intellectual property rule setting, and it's preferable for the industry because it's behind closed doors and we have no input. So we learn by experience, and we try to be part of these negotiations. That's why I go to every negotiation round, and I talk to the negotiators. I analyze the text, because when we talk about the text, it's very technical, you know, like, and there are many people who can read the text and who can analyze the text. So that's what we are trying to do. We analyze the text, and luckily we have WikiLeaks and we have the leaks, so that we can see the text and we can analyze it and we can tell people what is inside the text. But with the internet, and especially internet governance community, that's something I observed in the last couple of years. Like, every time I go to internet governance events, I raise the trade agreements, and I'm like, guys, you really need to pay attention to free trade agreements. But internet governance community, for some reason, they ignore the free trade agreements. Like, and it has been quite disappointing for me, because we have this community and we have like the core values like multi-stakeholderism, and then you come to, and then there are free trade agreements, which happens between like the countries and with some lucky lobbyists who have access to the tax. And there is no role for academics or for civil society, but they set the rules. They set the domestic rules, and this is the reality in TPP, in TISA, in TTIP, and we don't know what is inside, and that's our biggest concern. So it's really hard to see whether this system will work. I think I always say, like, the free trade agreements was so 20th century, and now we are in the 21st century, and they promote TPP as a 21st century agreement, setting rules for 21st century. But TPP is a 20th century free trade agreement, which tries to set rules for 21st century, but it fails because it doesn't include like the stakeholders, main stakeholders, and it happens behind the closed doors. And we all witnessed during the TPA discussions, it's not working. And you know, they will, either we like it or not, they will sign the TPP. But I have strong doubts that whether it will pass the Congress, you know, because there are very, very serious concerns, and transparency is one of it.
I think Usman's metaphor is still one of the best I've heard. They're sedimentary, that each of these agreements is kind of laid over the history of the previous one. Susan, you had a brief comment, and then I had some questions that came in via Twitter that I wanted to get to the group, and then I'll get to you, sir.
I totally agree that there's this catch-22. On one hand, they're trying to negotiate a 21st century agreement to reflect 21st century economic change, and yet it is being done as if it's in the 17th century. I have tried to be a bridge person on that, because I wrote my dissertation on how policymakers talked about trade and what the public heard starting in the 1940s. And but here's the thing, I'll be Pollyanna, and I will say to you, it's naive to think that governments are going to change how they behave drastically in a negotiation, because this is just how it's done. It's secret. That said, we've seen the EU set an example. They have become much more transparent. I have been pressing, and many other people have been pressing USTR and the White House. It's really the White House that refuses to do anything differently. For example, crowdsourcing. Agreements, parts of an agreement. Let's say you want to do something different on copyright. Crowdsource it. See if there are ways to have online copyright. See if there are ways that people outside of the negotiators can think of a new approach. Because the only people who are going to participate in that crowdsourcing are people who have a stake in it, and they probably have some good ideas, and why not hear from them? But USTR is not going to change that. That said, in my lifetime, I have seen it change to some extent. The very fact that there are stakeholder meetings at the negotiation is a step forward. The problem is there's 97 steps back at the same time related to what's actually in the agreement. Sorry to hog that.
Good. I have a couple of questions that have come in over Twitter. Now I don't know whether they came from people watching here in the United States, in which case it was not trade, or people overseas, in which case these questions may well be trade, and they fall within our just a general question. What exactly is a barrier to digital trade? Maybe I'll throw that to you, Joe. I mean, you've mentioned localization, so that's saying companies, you have to manage your data in certain ways. But what are some good examples of barriers to digital trade? What does that mean?
Well, as I pointed out, you can have localization so that it requires you to have some infrastructure in a country, but doesn't require you to change your information architecture.
Okay. So it would be a bit of a barrier, but
That's
not much
a
more.
hurdle, but
Right.
it's not a barrier. So
Got it.
I call that a tax on doing business.
Okay.
There is you can only have this information in this country on servers in this country, and you have to use this equipment. That becomes a barrier to trade because that is essentially dictating to you your architecture. It's one thing to say, I want a piece of the pie, and I require you to have this, and actually often the requirement of a local server that doesn't require the information to stay in country is actually a requirement dealt with by local intelligence agencies who want access to those servers. So there's a panoply of reasons on those things, but I think barriers are when they prevent you from trading. Limited barriers are also barriers, but they kind of exist all over the world, and people deal with them. They're not pleasant, they're not attractive, they're not what brings you to a country, and they may well keep you out of the country. But that is becoming a business decision, not an impossibility.
Did you want to?
Yeah, I was just gonna
Yeah.
just keep echoing my sentiment, which is digital trade barriers are not just kind of censorship or localization, but they can be all over the place. So the USITC, again, excellent report, kind of highlights a number of digital trade barriers. One might think of what are called local content requirements. So you require that 10% of the media in your country comes from this domestic provider. Well, media is all digital now, so that's a digital trade barrier. Logistics and customs, since all of these products are now being facilitated by the internet, could be digital trade barriers. Intellectual property could be a digital trade barrier if there are very stringent rules on who actually can get a copyright, what their control level is, and if there is referencing and fair use available, those can be digital trade barriers. So they're really, really broad.
I had another question that came in over Twitter that actually drills down on this, I think, a little more, and I don't know the answer to this, and hopefully one or more of you does. Is speed or bandwidth throttling as discrimination part of the trade discussions? I mean, is it just an all or nothing blocking issue, or are we talking about sort of gradation short of that? Anybody know on that, whether that's been included? Usman?
So the Trans-Pacific Partnership, so the U.S.-Korea Free Trade Agreement, which we have text on, has some language that's very close to the Federal Communications Commission's open internet rules, but they are they're not binding, they're aspirational. So they wouldn't be enforceable in a dispute resolution, but they do talk about this idea of open access and interconnection, which you could reference when you're talking about things like blocking and throttling. But there's never been any trade agreement, as far as I know, that has kind of incorporated the concept of net neutrality and restrictions on throttling and blocking through telecommunications chapter. But the last thing I'll say is there's some interesting trade policy wonks who think that there was when we talked about the Global Agreement on Trade and Services, the GATS, 1994, there was a specific chapter that dealt with telecommunications, and there is language that kind of prevents discrimination in that telecommunications chapter, and so arguably you could use that and kind of go after blocking and throttling of foreign providers using that section of the telecommunications annex, but nobody's ever tested it.
There's a way of looking at that actually from the alternate side also. In one of the elements of Australia's discussions, they had made a briefing on this, and they said the reason we took this position on this element, I don't remember what the element was, is they were concerned about latency. So the idea was that if you had a local service provider, there would be a quicker transmission of the data than if you had a foreign service provider. And so the answer is that is actually not a neutral way of writing that requirement. The neutral way of writing that requirement is this is the level of service you must meet if you wish to provide this service. Because that means information has to get from wherever you are to our point in this amount of time. Whether you are in country or out of country is irrelevant. When you say it has to be in country and you use what is a theoretically neutral type of suggestion, that's one of the places where you question whether that motivation was completely exact or not.
Interesting. Other questions from the audience? Sir, yeah.
Sorry, I'm the one that tweeted in that question.
Oh, you tweeted it?
He's a multitasker.
Definitely not trade, though. I would describe that as local content. Okay.
Rami Kader, I think I'm the only one wearing shorts here. And on top of that, how would one actually go about enforcing that sort of thing? So whether it's from, kind of the flip side or the original, like you had mentioned, does that depend on local authorities since it's internet, since it kind of changes everything? Or how does one even go about it? Because if you are a game provider and latency is a huge issue, you need to make sure you're giving your customers the highest quality of service. If you're any other sort of provider that's competing with local media services, you have those same issues, whether it's a 10% rule or if it's just, these guys get a better preference that one could argue is strictly based off of location. How would you even enforce it or measure it?
So the question is, how does, let's say France has some local content requirement, how does France enforce that?
How would an outside international provider maybe check
Challenge it?
that things are done properly?
So Susan talked about a little bit, but to give more context, there's this body, the World Trade Organization, it has a court. You would bring a challenge. Only countries can bring challenges. So if you were a competing content provider, you would go to your government and say, I'm facing this discrimination in this country. Will you guys bring a case on behalf of our country against that regulation? That case would be brought in this global court, and then there would be arguments, and the judge would decide on which side or the other, and then there would be an appeal process as well that would get played out with a panel of judges, and then once that decision is put in place, as Susan mentioned, then there are options about how to actually enforce it.
Realistically, right, that would be a final option.
Yes.
I mean, you'd probably go talk to the French first and see if they might be willing to deal with your concern,
you
right?
don't, you don't necessarily need to go to WTO because all these free trade agreements have their own dispute resolution system, which we call investor state dispute resolution system. As an investor in that country, you can sue that government. So you don't really need to go to WTO. You can sue that government, and the government picks their own arbitrator. You put your own arbitrator. These three arbitrators tribunal can decide whether that government is violating its obligations under that free trade agreement. And this has been happening. Like for example, Eli Lilly, an American pharmaceutical company sued Canadian government, the government of Canada, for invalidating its patents, and claiming $500 million compensation from Canadian government. So you don't really need to go to WTO. If it is in the TPP, if there's a provision in the TPP or TTIP or any other free trade agreement, you just go for the ISDS.
Can I?
Yeah, Joe.
I'll go back with just a small reality check.
Yeah, I think that's
Last
a little
option,
broader, but
next to last option, you first go to the country and have a conversation. You find out if there are like-minded companies. You work through trade associations. You do a lot of things before you get to either of those two options.
Other questions from the audience? Let me throw out one because Susan raised the issue of sort of malware and cybersecurity, and I wanted to pursue that a little more deeply. I mean, one of the things, just as someone who's, like all of us in this room, my information is out there with all sorts of companies, and we read quite regularly about hacks of credit cards and things like that. What happens if the information that's being hacked is not stored in the United States? It's in other places. Do I as an individual have any recourse, or if it's corporate information that's somewhere over? I mean, does there need to be some level of at least intergovernmental cooperation on this? I mean, cybersecurity, we're doing a lot more work on it at my organization, the Council on Foreign Relations. Adam Siegel is leading our project there, and there's a lot of stuff going on. I mean, we as an organization are the target of a lot of hacking efforts, and we get warnings from our IT folks all the time. But all of that is very kind of much in the domestic. We control our data, and we're worried about preserving access to it. But what happens if the data is outside of your legal boundaries? Should that be factored into these efforts in some way or another?
No, please. I'll say something.
I mean, there are already actually significant intergovernmental interactions on
Okay.
these things. Across privacy authorities, there's a privacy enforcement network that a number of different privacy authorities participate in, including the FCC in the United States. Security, you have certs that are working with each other, you have law enforcement offices that are working with each other when there are investigations about criminal behavior that hit across a number of jurisdictions. You have private sector groups that are also doing some of these things. So there's a lot of cooperation where there's probably a breakdown internationally in some of the more formalized channels, like the mutual legal assistance treaties, the MLATs. Those have not been, those are considered by most to not be as functional as needed because they don't operate in the kind of real-time methodologies that they need to actually do these investigations. And one of the things we've discovered, though, is that cooperation is beneficial in the sense that often if you see a cyber attack in one geography starting, often there are ways to start thinking about it by the time it gets to the other geographies because there's been that sharing of information on, hey, we're seeing an attack of this type, and the certs work together on these things, and other places work together. So there is, it's essentially the emergent, certs are also the emergency response teams for these kind of computer incidents. So there is a lot of work going on. Some of the formalized international mechanisms perhaps have not kept pace, but a lot of the kind of points of contact and networks have been working effectively. The problem is when you get to a zero-day exploit, one that kind of has no warning curve associated with it, it's difficult to catch up to it because it kind of hits usually all at once now.
Other comment. I mean, that's so. I mean, in some ways, it'd be hard to formalize this. I would think because you've got to be very adept to
And
respond to
adaptive, yeah.
these threats and
You
flexible.
can neither be sedatives,
Yeah.
you can neither be sedate nor sedentary.
I think that's one of the problems in these free trade agreements. As I mentioned, we haven't seen the text of the TPP, but we know what's inside TISA. And in TISA, there is a direct obligation for cross-border data transfers. And the thing is, like, it's not very clear what's going to happen, you know, in case of unauthorized or unlawful processing or accidental or destruction of the data. So the answers are not in that text, you know, like when we talk about these issues, we talk about like, you know, direct obligations, but like we don't really talk about like what if scenarios, you know, like governments will not have any control over the data, and they won't be able to ensure how the data is processed. And Susan mentioned the only exception in TISA, only like specific exception in TISA is national security exception. I mean, there's a general national security exception in GATS. There's a general national security exception in the core text of TISA, but there is another, like a specific exception for e-commerce chapter in TISA, and which is national security exception. It's broad. And the thing is, no one knows what does it mean, but it's there. So I mean, that's our concern. You know, like we talk about exception, we talk about all these things, but you know, if you can propose a national security exception for e-commerce chapter, you can possibly come up with certain exceptions which will assure that the data is protected and processed in accordance to specific guidelines. So
Excellent. I think we are running out of time here, and I wanted to give each of our panelists just a brief chance to wrap up. I would pose a question, though. You can answer a different one if you want to. We've talked a lot about concerns here. What happens if we get this?
Ted, if I may, we can go till 5 to 1 unless you need to leave.
No. I mean, I'm happy to extend it out, but maybe I'll give each of the panelists a kind of chance to wrap up, which will probably take it. Let me pose a question. You don't have to answer if you want to answer another one. But we've talked a lot about some of the concerns and what happens if we get this wrong. I'd be interested in flipping it. If we get this right, if we come up with a good set of international rules through either trade agreements or trade agreements and other mechanisms, what are the potential benefits here of getting it right? So if you want to tackle that question, great. If you hate my question, you want to wrap up on something else, feel free. Maybe we'll just go down the road here. Rusman, do you want to? Or you're frantically looking for something, so I'll let you go last. I'll start with Susan, and we'll move this way.
Okay, yeah, that's for that one.
Susan, so what are the
Are you
benefits
ready?
if we get this right?
No, please, go ahead.
Yeah.
I gotta wing it too.
Yeah, well, there you go.
No,
Sorry.
I actually think it could have huge benefits for access to information and hence the ability of people to act on information. So I think again, it's unfortunately, this is another catch-22 in that on one hand, if the WTO or other trade agreements which have binding obligations become a venue where information flows and hence the internet is governed, that could have both positive and negative implications for both the WTO's or these other trade agreements intersection with other global tools of internet governance, right? Like, for example, NetMundial or the UN, which has just finished language on cybersecurity and the obligations of states related to cybersecurity. So I think, we need to find what is the comparative advantage of putting this in a trade agreement versus putting it in a treaty. Most people in the United States were very leery about having the ITU in any way, shape, or form govern information flows. But I do think at some point we will need to find common ground on rules on it. Otherwise, we might end up with more and more of national intranets. Certainly, we recognize that all governments are going to restrict some information flows. Germany is never going to allow Nazi memorabilia to be sold on eBay. But, whereas in the United States, it's perfectly cool. Israel is not going to allow anti-Semitic comments on Twitter. Should Twitter ban it everywhere? We're going to, at some point, need to come up with some way to ensure interoperability. I'm not sure that trade agreements are the only place or the best place. All I'm saying is, I'm glad we're having this discussion.
Bonjour.
Well, I said in the beginning, and I'm going to repeat it, like you can't negotiate an open internet behind closed doors. And this model is not working. It became clear that it's not working. So, all these agreements, TPP, TTIP, and TISA, they should be debated publicly. And if there, and we need to make sure that there are adequate and express privacy and other safeguards included to these agreements. But the only way to do is to debate it publicly. So, at the end of the day, it's, privacy or the data flows, it's not only the business of business, it's also our businesses. So we have to make sure that our voice is there, and our concerns are heard. And in order to do that, we have to debate it publicly. And I think this is a really great discussion we are having here. I wish there was someone from the government, from the USTR. It would have been interesting to hear their stand on these issues.
Good, thank you. Joe?
Thanks. I think, the potential for successful trade agreements to allow people in markets to benefit from trade is substantial. I think at times I worry that we're overlating trade agreements with obligations that were never meant to be in trade agreements. And we're also looking at trade agreements and ignoring the fact that there are national laws, there are contracts, there are all sorts of other things which are the more logical avenues for redress for many of these issues. There's a very interesting work project going on in APEC, which is that the APEC has something called binding corporate rules. Cross-border privacy rules, which is their version of kind of a pact across all the APEC nations of what set of rules would allow you to transfer information while respecting privacy. The European Union has something called binding corporate rules, their version of the same thing. Theirs came before the CBPRs did. And the concept is there's a work group going on where members of privacy authorities from the EU are participating with the APEC data privacy subgroup that's responsible for drafting the CBPRs, and they're trying to figure out what is the commonality between these two sets of rules and how might they interoperate, which is the concept of allowing the good to win over the perfect. Because the answer is if you wait for the harmonization between those two sets of rules, it's not going to happen. But if you wait and figure out that, there's probably about a 70% overlap in the obligations. And if you allow people to take advantage of the fact that if I've already done this 70%, how can you give me credit for it? Or if you develop a combined application form for both of them so that you do something once and you get benefits twice, those are kind of some of the secret sauce. And those are things that can terribly well supplement trade agreements and make the working pieces work better together. So let's not think the trade agreement is the place to park all the baggage. But the concept of where you have a distortion in trade because flows that might happen in trade otherwise are prevented, that is the purview of a trade agreement to deal with. And I think we just need to figure out what is useful to do there. The other issues that aren't in there aren't irrelevant, but that just may not be the place to deal with them.
Excellent. And Usman, you have the first word. I'm going to give you the last word.
Thank you. And I'm going to reference the United States International Trade Commission again, because they answer your exact question: what is the effect of removing barriers on the U.S. real GDP? So that's what I was looking for. And they estimate
The ITC's work is great, by
yes,
the way. I
they
commend them
estimate 16 billion to 40 billion in increase to the U.S. GDP from removing the barriers that they identify. But I would also just again couch that with the idea of it's a whole breadth of businesses that would never have had access. It's a whole breadth of consumers that would never have had access. And it's not just the U.S. I mean, we can get global for a second. Like, a lot of these issues are in the developing world, and there's a huge potential growth opportunity for them if some of these barriers are removed. And the last thing I want to say is on trade as a venue. While I agree completely that it's not the right venue for everything, it has a very narrow purview for what I think the internet is trying to accomplish, which is to create a global network for communications. It's a really good vehicle. It's a vehicle that's designed to remove national borders and barriers, and that's what the internet has done. It has removed national telecommunications barriers and kind of enabled people to connect very easily across borders. And trade, I think, in many contexts, is trying to do the same thing. And the last thing I'll say is, a lot of digital communications get stopped for other reasons. We've talked a bit about intellectual property. You might be able to send your video that you've made on YouTube to somebody in the UK, but if it's violative of the UK's intellectual property law, which is somehow different than ours, then all of a sudden you're in trouble. So a trade agreement could help to harmonize those rules, to create a standard that actually makes sense for the future. The question is the substance, and like, will it actually do it?
Fabulous. That's a good note to finish on. I would also like to thank my research associate, Rob Maxim, for helping me not make an idiot of myself in this forum. And let's thank our panelists for tremendous discussion. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ted. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Joe,
Very interesting.
thank you for the correction. You're absolutely right. Here's where I don't see.
Hello, how are you? Good to see you. Good. How's the project? How's the work?
started working with Michael yesterday.
Oh, good.
It is.
Okay.
It is. It's a
Wow.
fundamental
So you're
right
directly
against
on
it, not
this.
against it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very cool.
And so we haven't really thought about it in the same way that, let's say, the
These mics are
and I'm not
hot, by
saying
the
we
way.
should, but your point about it being about how governments behave differently is, that's right. That's a very, very
Hi,
important
Usman. I'm Molly
distinction.
McPherson with
When
Access
I
Partnership. I
have
just want to introduce myself. I think you know my
Their
colleague from
lives.
Marcus.
Yeah,
You don't see it. You don't share the same
Yeah, he
knowledge
should be here
in
somewhere.
defining privacy. Now, I'll give you one more example, if I may.
So he's recently removed from
Trade
marriage.
defines, the U.S. government defines privacy as a trade barrier when it's inadequate, and defines privacy as a trade barrier when it's too strong. So what is it?
Still taking shape. Speak to the privacy. I mean, the company hasn't even launched it.
So are you focused on a trade?
Yes, that's right.
So that's where I think the
But in
moral is
reality, people don't feel we share their definition. When you're saying there's a process.
because of how they're
I'd love to talk sometime about
nature of the way it's enforced, less than what the principle
particular
is.
stance on this. Or about like
Joe, I just wanted to say hi. I'm out of Andy Wyckoff's stable. Oh, okay. And so years ago, you would have been at our meeting, so you probably had to read my reports when you were at BA. I was working with Ray and Victory at the time.
I'm chair of the committee to the Digital Economy Commission.
Oh, you do?
I have not left the stable yet.
Okay. What's possible? Let me give you my card. Actually, I started a new job yesterday, but the email is still correct. I changed it. So we're actually just starting to look at, I moved to the trade group, and we're just starting to look now at data localization. So maybe, are you based in DC? Oh, maybe we could have a chat sometime.
I live on a plane, but my office is
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I'm working with Michael Ferrantino. you probably came across it. Thank you. Yeah, it'd be nice to have a...
Absolutely, we'd be happy to.
Yeah.
And actually, I'm going to see Andy in a week.
Oh.
Because I'm going to be in Paris on business, so I told Andy, let's get together.
Oh, great. Well, tell me, Desiree said hi.
I definitely will. Okay.
I try and catch him whenever I can, but he's so busy. He can barely talk, yeah. Well, it's nice to see you.
Yeah, I know. Like one little aspect.
today we
Yeah.
coffee
How that technical engineering can be wrapped around a trade agreement. But I would love to figure out how. And that's the problem because in the CDT there isn't a trademark section. And no one knows that.
Yes, I know, I've just gotten the
Like,
invitation.
I'm an Ivy lawyer.
Yeah.
I can make a case that I don't
I just wanted to say hi to you because you might know my good friend of mine works.
really like serious provisions there. Will have a
Okay.
And
Absolutely.
Susan is here.
I was actually, I was asking.
No, Susan Chan. Right? So I can do the conversation with her because trademark is the intersection of like IP, but I can check to which people.
If you come across him,
I just don't know.
I don't have a card, it's all right down right
Because cryptography still can't do it. So there's an
Actually, governance compliance audit. Like what kind of brand is
it's out there. The chapter is out there. But like, people don't get consultation. Oh, it's a pleasure speaking to you. Yeah, thank you.
Cool, thanks very much. Yeah, great to meet you. Great job.
About business level, we are working on the other German license
at the moment, until there's a normalization of relations.
Yes, I know, but we are working to get the license
By 4 morning.
longer, maybe
Monday is IPO.
maybe this time the license for
It was supposed to be July 1st.
other companies in it. Any transportation of
Right, but then there has to be, there's a long path to go before that's complete.
yes, but I think it's not very long. We would because of my experience, but we just initiated the discussion.
Sure.
So I have hope in that regard, but still,
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Alright, did I send you the visa stuff?
I sent you stuff, but I don't think you responded. I don't think you did.
Visa?
Yeah.
Hi, David.
Well, I sat down with Todd,
ITC.
who's hiring for it.
Really enjoyed. Yeah,
You'd have
no,
to-
he was.
Mr. Part 2.
Yeah, no, I did work a lot on it. Really liked what you had to
like
say.
the senior
The
one,
closing there, talking about trade options. That's a trade
The other
thing.
one, that one.
Yeah, I mean, the answer is
So,
the
yeah,
trade
we'd
agreement
be
is
happy
supposed to
to,
deal with.
I mean, I've been disrupted. And he said, so
It's not meant to micromanage trade when it's happening. So the idea that, you're processing is going to be defined in a trade agreement.
So yeah, that one looked good, and
I
then
mean,
let's just stay in touch.
They, trade agreements now cover some things that are issues to them. And so they're like, well, it
Todd's
covers
great. I
this,
would
so.
highly recommend
Although,
it.
I think it's also, there is a general business interest in both.
Like he's building it to the dance exception. It'd be cool to be a part of it.
There are going to be places where it's
I feel like that's been like my history. Just like jumping into like.
it's legitimate to say that privacy and security are some of those places. How you do it is really important.
Yeah, and that was the other thing I thought you guys covered well. That, like, well, the privacy and security exceptions have never been challenged because no one wants there to be a limit there.
Sure. Yeah, you guys are doing. You guys are finally standing this thing up. I've heard you're supposed to be doing it for a while.
So the Australia healthcare thing, I'd imagine they're
Putting a
like,
conference on in
okay,
September, we've got most of the key components in place. There should be about 50 to 75.
sure. I mean, I think we all have different policies.
Extend an invitation to you.
If you
I'll
didn't
follow
have
up by
a
email.
security,
Give you just kind of what we're intending to do, the 3 different sort of segments, but essentially the first part will focus on
and of course that's always
what are
a
the
fun topic.
indicators and
It's
how
more
are we
secure
measuring
because it's
the effects of the internet
that's-
on the economy.
That's
Second,
never
how
really
we policy into
had any concept
talk
of
about
it.
what sort of policies have, what effects can be shown back to the end result.
And oftentimes that means it's fragmented and separated all around the world.
it's
just
you know, we hope it's
Well,
going
let's
to be
put it this way,
very, very
the whole concept of cloud
Coming
is
soon.
if you have a server on the fourth floor of an office building sitting underneath someone's desk, that's not secure. The cloud is probably much more
Right.
secure than that.
And there's some great examples.
If you're a huge data center of a bank, chances are it's just as secure as the cloud.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
So did you have to,
I pay him money.
I was
for
gonna say,
all of that.
You might as well have just been up here, dude.
or do you have a copyright?
Yeah, no, we were making money every time. It was ching, ching. Yeah, no.
You should have, instead of calling it part 2, you should have called it the sequel.
The sequel, the revenge, digital trade, the
The
revenge.
revenge of trade. Yeah. No, thanks for the references. It's always.
It's the best thing out there. I looked at the McKinsey report and I was like, I don't know if there's anything that I can say from this that's that relevant. So.
I mean, we're really lucky with the way we can do surveys. Like, I've paid attention because I do these surveys for us. And then you look at how many people are in like a Boston Consulting Group survey. And they're
It's
like,
like
we
80,
surveyed
yeah, like
80
80 people.
CEOs.
Yeah.
And you're telling me that the world's changing because you guys told you so.
Yeah, seriously, the BCG SME digital trade study was like.
Yes.
I'll see you downstairs.
That was your
That is good. Nice.
Okay, don't worry about it. Wait, oh my God. So the whole idea is that Bob has reinvented the company. Moving more beyond that. It's backwards compatible. Like, no longer
to know.
here with the bag. 301. Hey, Carl. Big. Yeah, but what do you think? Yeah, hey, what, how I feel now, look. I got this stuff on the floor in here. Check you out now today.
Man, it's only one broom and one trash.
I just picked that up, what's called, man? Ain't much. Okay, just put that. Come on to that. Hey, we gonna feel down, Charles. Let's go there and see how it goes. If they don't leave, don't worry about it.
sure you guys stay caffeinated.
Hi. Good.
There it is. How you doing? Good to see you in the house.
No, when you moved around, if you have slides and you want to send them to me, we'll be able to post them after the fact. When we moved around, we lost all of our ability to do slides. But the good news is I had a lot of extra cartridges at home last night because I printed 350 copies of my news 4-page presentation. Oh, so nice to see you. You as well.
Boy, girl. Boy, girl. Girl, girl, boy.
Yes, but you told me you were introduced me to that. I understand that you were born in Nigeria and moved here when you were 67 years old. Oh, wow.
That's 1990s technology.
Oh, look at that, okay, yeah.
I thought we were
Bring
gonna-
down airplanes,
I
though.
thought we were gonna have a
So
timeline.
Ah.
I'd love to spend some time here. And you may be interested to know that one of my colleagues is a
Big-
group called Igf-Usa.
The big question is, will there be more panelists than there are members of the audience?
And the founders are much younger, so maybe we can talk about that as well. Yes.
It's pretty tight.
Yeah.
Oh, so nice to see you. Here I'm Meryl. Oh, thanks for doing this. Our pleasure. You might have gotten a few emails from me. Thank you. Because Victor Matthias from Channels TV in Lagos. Fantastic. I heard you were going to be here.
The Economist
I interrupted you.
always has the best covers. I mean, they're just.
What does it say? Hayatola.
Ayatollah, with sunglasses.
I've only been talking to him 7 days, and folks, enough your name.
I thought I watched most of Obama's press conference yesterday. Was it yesterday? Or Monday, whatever it was. And it was yesterday. It was. I thought he was brilliant. Whether you agree or not, he
loves that sort of thing.
he's very smart and he speaks really well.
There's
And-
complete consensus about that.
And you look at some of the incoming candidates,
through the
and just imagine
microphones,
some of
right?
them standing.
Okay, so
facing
there's a
issue
microphone for
elect-
everybody else. Where's mine?
Well, that was true of all these elections.
Hey, I'd like to do a couple of introductions.
Sure. Hello.
Hello,
And we-
Maria Roach, State
Maria,
Department
I'm
Public
Peter.
Press Center.
Hi, I'm Victor.
Victor, hello. Nice. Where are you from?
Nigeria.
Nigeria. Oh, great.
Sure.
Godwin. Godwin. We've met, I think.
Sorry?
No, not yet. And Ambassador
Were you
Gross?
at the ICANN meeting in Kenya? No. No. Okay.
And
So-
you're with Channels TV in Lagos.
So they're going to be covering the session. And I think you've been interviewing Dr. DeNardis.
Right. After the session, we will interview her, but we would also, if you have a few minutes, love to ask you a few questions.
Of course. Happy to. Yeah.
Yeah.
And may I introduce you to,
No, he's the man.
yes, but I'd like to also introduce you to.
Hi, this is complicated. Hi, I'm David Gross.
I'm Victor Matthias.
Hi, David Gross. Nice to meet you.
Maria Roach.
Hi, nice to meet you. You're all-
And
I'll
Matthew
do the-
Shears, another one of our panelists.
Wonderful.
Hello?
Matthew, I think I had mentioned we were going to have
Victor
press here
Matthias.
from
Hi,
Nigeria.
Maria Roach. Nice to meet you.
Here we go.
So,
Thank
Get
you.
my
very
card
interesting.
here.
Grab my cards as well. Thank you.
There we go. There you go.
Very interesting lineup of speakers. So after the session, any of them that you want to pull aside? Start with the chair, and of course you have Dr. DeNardis. I will be here, but let's focus on who you need from this panel, and then I hope you will come to the Connecting the Next Billion session. So Kathy Novelli, as you know, the Undersecretary of State, is speaking in the plenary session after this. And then at 4:15, we have a session called Connecting the Next Billion. And that session is moderated by Manu Bhadwaj from the State Department. And it focuses on an initiative to try to examine where we are in serving today's 3 billion, and what it's going to take to catalyze and speed access to the next billion. So you may find that session
Not easy.
interesting as well.
But I think
And
that was
wanted
only
to talk
marginal
about
versus
our
if I were
surveys
staying in
of one of the
Miami.
co-chairs of that.
It was about the same.
So,
How do you, I know you're going down a road.
Over here?
The photo. What's the best way to get water to there? You weren't going down the road. You just fly this Apollo and then take it from
I might not have the best answer for you why.
Right, I do too. Right.
hoping for the same.
Right, and that's a great airport to hang out at.
That's the last name.
Oh, okay, so you're good. Out of,
So,
through Panama
a couple
City.
things up here. He's moderating the session today, but he was very involved,
Right.
as I was, in 1997 and in 1998. He was in New Zealand.
Oh, that's, yeah, no, and Panama's good.
Timothy?
Hey, how are you?
Oh, I saw you the other day at the Cuba panel.
Oh, Cuba?
Yeah, over at Brookings.
Ah, in Brookings.
You were speaking on that.
Yeah, we've been, they've been, the State Department has been monitoring all your activities.
I was talking with my husband yesterday. I said, because of your dad, that's a big climate change scientist, and myself, we raised our
That's
flags.
right, bing, 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 bing.
I'm
Well,
overshared,
maybe our
so.
path will cross in Italy, so.
Yeah, no, exactly, so are you set?
Yeah, we're off Saturday, and then we'll go down to Sorrento on Thursday. And David's gonna be on Capri for his
Right, exactly.
annual trip.
Exactly.
So we're gonna overlap for a day, so maybe we'll see each other.
It'd be great, it'd be great. No, it's, you know, Robbie is, yes, Robbie's already there, my son and his wife. They were in Venice until today, now they're in Florence. And to say it's hot is accurate, I guess that's the nice way to say it. So yeah, so he's there until, they're there for 2 weeks. Very nice.
But I can send you what it is.
Yeah, okay, great. Yeah. So couple.
The only thing that works because of the time zone. The time Copa and then
So to answer your
Out
question,
of-
Beth emailed me. She emailed me. I don't know.
Right, and Tam is also the Star Alliance.
That's good. So she's reaching out to her.
Right, which United is just. Doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I remember right, I
So it's a two-stop.
email right.
Gotta stop in Search Panama City, and then in, oh, yeah, is that right? You can save the money that way? Yeah.
I tried to connect, has a connection.
Yeah.
It doesn't show up.
Oh, really? Oh, it's gonna be.
But you can do all to Expedia. Expedia is getting all the international flights.
Is that right?
If you
Okay.
use Expedia.
Yeah, right, yeah, okay. Oh, it's gonna be a challenge. Yeah.
The way I don't the way there, the way back, has one stop showing
Oh, is that right?
and she said,
Uh-huh.
it's a flight that leaves so eventually. And then you arrive in London, and then you can get the night flight.
So the key would be to leave Thursday night or Friday night, I guess,
Yeah,
depending on what's
Friday.
gonna happen. So you're there all day Friday then.
Before that.
Right.
Yes, I think so. I think it's.
So when you're done, we can all leave, right? That's a great idea. Maybe I should just leave. Hadn't really focused on that. That's probably a very good opportunity.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
That's right.
I'm supposed to speak to that.
I wonder if she's actually doing something. I mean, if she's doing constant communication. No, and non-constant. So maybe she's trying.
And then, of course, they want to
Right here. Right here.
This is the
This is Marilyn's timeline now.
That's right.
We're not supposed to speak about 6 minutes. I'm comfortable for 6 minutes.
one of those parlor games. Can you say all this in 6 minutes or less?
If you're doing the history of the Wissets, good
That's
luck.
right. I want to start the history of the world, part 17.
Oh, the front is so scary. The front is so scary. You like, Hello there, how are you? Been a long time.
Hello, Marion. How are you? Nice to see you. Yeah, see you too.
Oh, so, no. Thank you very much.
I think we maybe
We have, in fact. Yep, exactly. I'm on the board of Meridian.
Yes,
Exactly.
it's
That's
good
what.
to
Yes,
see
yes. No, my pleasure.
14 years I've been working with Meridian, doing these programs.
It's fabulous, isn't it? Yeah, terrific. Thanks. I start hitting you inadvertent.
You don't take it personally?
All in a room here.
Somebody must have switched it down.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Could you take your seats and grab coffee and do what you need to do? We'll be starting in 1 minute. Thank you. Panelists already?
Can we watch some videos? Your movie? Oh, that's cute. I like that.
Have my notes.
That's right.
Okay, let's begin. Thank you very much for coming. Good afternoon and welcome to this session on the WSIS Plus 10 review and the multi-stakeholder model. My name is Peter Dengate-Thrush. I'm originally the chairman of Internet New Zealand, which makes policy and gives policy advice on the internet to the New Zealand government and also runs the New Zealand CCTLD. After that, I became the chairman of the APTLD, the Asia Pacific Association, and I'm the immediate past chairman of ICANN. So I've been involved in internet governance institutions and internet governance building since 1995, and I'm spending my time now focusing in this particular area of global internet governance, trying to make sure and trying to help the internet and the institutions that we've built up over these years maintain their position and keep the internet, as Kathy and others have said, open and available to all. And this is a critical time for global internet governance, as many of you will know. And to talk about it today, we've assembled an absolutely stellar panel. First of all, noting with some pleasure the gender balance that was talked about, but also the skills balance. And without going into great detail, we've got luminaries here from academia, from business, from civil society, from government, and from the technical community, which are all really the major planks of the multi-stakeholder community. And so we'll be taking you through some discussion about the global internet governance scene, but with a great deal of attention paid on the WSIS, the World Summit on the Information Society, and the fact that it's being reviewed, what it means, how did we get here, and we're going to finish with a little discussion about how you might get further involved in this very important process. So we thought it might be a good way to start by having someone who was intimately involved in leading the US government delegation at the time that the WSIS was formed. And that's former Ambassador David Gross. So I'm going to ask David. David, could you kick off with a description really of what the WSIS was, what it meant, and where did it get to?
Sure. Well, thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure to be back with you all. I appreciate it. And looking out at the audience, I'll try to keep this pretty brief because so many of you are so expert in all the minutia about the history as well as the current situation with regard to the World Summit of the Information Society. I had the great privilege of leading the U.S. delegation, of which many people here were part of, for the creation of the WSIS, both in 2003, the Geneva phase, and 2005, the Tunisia stage. But the origins of it really begin, well, one could argue even longer ago, but certainly in 1998 at the International Telecommunications Union, the expert group within the United Nations family that at its plenipotentiary in Minneapolis in 1998 passed a resolution 73 which called for a potential summit. I would say it's probably fair to say that the U.S., although we were the host of that plenipotentiary, was not wildly enthusiastic about the idea of the United Nations playing an active role in what might be viewed as setting the rules for the internet. Back then, the Clinton administration was very much in the global leadership on policy making and believing that the internet was best left as little regulated as possible. And to the extent it was regulated, that regulation should be bottoms up, what we now sometimes think of as multi-stakeholder. Fast forward to end of 2001, which is when I became involved. The General Assembly at the United Nations thought this was a great idea. In fact, it should be a heads of state summit, which in the UN world is as big as it gets. Because in sort of somewhat typical fashion, international fashion, it was two countries wanted to host it, and no one wanted to decide which of the two should host it. They decided to do both. So that's how we came to have one in 2003 and one in 2005. The actual General Assembly resolution, which is available, of course, online, is actually very interesting, the one that was adopted at the end of in December 2001, because as is probably very familiar to all of you, just like we're about to do with the current WSIS review, the preparatory work was to be an open-ended intergovernmental preparatory committee, intergovernmental being the operative term. But it did, in light of other activities that have been going on at the UN, encourage contributions and activities by non-governmental organizations, civil society, private sector, to contribute to the preparatory work. This set up probably the first set of scars that I have on my back from this process, because there was a fair bit of confusion as a result of this, where the UN, in preparing for a summit, of course, looks to governments to negotiate, and only governments to negotiate. So the first question, of course, was what were we negotiating about and who was allowed to be in the room? This being 2002, when we first really started, the answer was governments only. And we would be talking about things that the UN is most comfortable, which is not technology, but human rights, financing for development, and those types of issues. Not surprisingly, the U.S., together with some of our European colleagues, fought very hard to try to get others into the room. Eventually, that was successful. We were trying to be subversive by trying to have as large a delegation with as many parts, including civil society, the private sector, in there as well. It was a very difficult negotiation, even for 2003, which people often forget, the Geneva phase. We needed an extra PrepCom just before the actual conference itself. And most of the most contentious issues, which at that point turned out to be internet governance related, something you all would be particularly interested in, was so controversial that we ultimately couldn't decide them, in part because we couldn't even figure out what the term internet governance meant. So we created a specialized group, the WIGIG, to study that between the 2003 and 2005 phase of the summit. We did come up with a very strong document, I think, for the Geneva phase of the summit. But that really set up the battle for the following 2 years to get ready for the 2005 Tunis. Of course, the irony of having a internet-related free flow of information focused, to some degree, at least for us, summit in Tunisia, particularly since Ben Ali was a very strong and bad dictator of the country, did not go unnoticed, particularly by civil society. That created a whole series of issues prior to the conference and at the conference itself. These turned out to be very large, amongst the very largest of UN summits ever held in terms of attendance, and also some of the most controversial because of the issue of press freedom and the like. I got hauled up in Tunis by the foreign minister of Tunisia to be yelled at because we had given a talk about the importance of free flow of information, because reporters were being beat up, civil society was not being able to participate fully. It was a very, very difficult process. It was not clear until basically the night before the start of the summit whether or not we'd even have a summit declaration. And ultimately, what we've all come to love, the Internet Governance Forum, was born out of that late night session where we and others would not agree to fundamental changes in the way in which ICANN was governed and others. And we created an agreement to talk about enhanced cooperation, which set the following 10 years to debate what the hell that meant, together with the Internet Governance Forum. I will note, sort of in closing, because we have so much to talk about, probably for me, the most interesting part of the Internet Governance Forum was, if you look at, I think it's paragraph 77, which is part of the operative terms about the Internet Governance Forum, you'll never see a short paragraph have the word no in it as many times as you will there. And that's because I personally insisted that the word no show up almost everywhere, because the concern, the legitimate concern, was that what the Internet Governance Forum would be an annual WSIS summit, that we would be negotiating endlessly over these very difficult issues, in an environment that would just create a never-ending uncertainty. So I wanted to, and others, but particularly I have to admit I was the troublesome person in the room, insisted that it be a non-decision-making venue for exchange of information. It was not easy to explain that, and I will say that most people were very skeptical about the Internet Governance Forum. They were unhappy with it when we came out and explained that was the agreement. I fast forward to today. It has been an extraordinary success and a great testament to many of the people here in this room and others about how successful it has been. But let me tell you, back in 2005, it certainly was not clear that that was going to be a very successful part, and I got taken to task a lot for helping to create it. So bottom line, and particularly looking ahead to the WSIS review, the major issues that were there and ones that I would expect to always be there. Financing for development was a big issue for both phases and continued, I think, to be a major issue that we would expect to see going forward. Human rights issues, that includes free flow of information and the like, critically important, and I think many people felt unsatisfied by the results. Certainly civil society was very unsatisfied by the results of both phases of WSIS, but particularly phase one of that. And then, of course, the ongoing issue about the nature, scope, and future of the Internet Governance Forum. So with that, let me maybe close, but that's a very short version of Laura's very lengthy and good book on Internet governance.
Thank you, David, for a fact-filled and brief. Thank you for that analysis of where we started from. And can I just come back to one of your points? The rest of the world was really very grateful and has benefited greatly from the US leadership in this particular fight. Things that perhaps we take for granted, such as freedom of speech and the right of association, etc. These things were brought into this process, and we've all around the world benefited. And one of the obvious beneficiaries is civil society as a group, which is able to participate. And I'm going to turn now to one of the members of civil society. Matthew, you've been participating more recently in some of the debates as this review has gone on, including recent consultations in New York. Can you bring us up to speed about where we're standing at the moment with the review?
Yeah, thank you, Peter. So, as David said, in 2005 we had the Tunis Agenda was released, which was the outcome document of that session of the WSIS. And in that document it calls for a 10-year review, and that's what's happening this year. Why is it important? There are a number of, the world has changed since 2005. It's important because many of the elements that were in the WSIS document remain true today, but many of them have changed and have evolved from then. So what the review is actually about, it's actually about looking at the outcomes of the implementation of the WSIS at the end of this year. It's not actually about the WSIS documents themselves. And so it's actually going to look at what has changed, how the action lines, the various elements within the WSIS, within the Tunis Agenda and the Geneva Action Line, how have they evolved over time? What kind of an impact have they had? And how, if at all, might they evolve further in the future? Many things have changed in between. We've got, this year is a particularly important year. We've got the INA transition, as we discussed this morning. We've got the new Sustainable Development Goals, and we've got the WSIS review. And it's all coming together more or less in the same space, and it's going to have various implications. The review itself will be, well, I'll talk about the review itself. The review itself will be an intergovernmental review, but the meeting will be an intergovernmental review, but there will be opportunities to contribute and participate in that meeting from other stakeholders. The process for getting there was kicked off formally on the 1st and 2nd of July with an intergovernmental meeting in New York and then a non-governmental stakeholder meeting on the 2nd. And that process is now ramping up over the next months through to December. The most important, I think, as Kathy Brown and somebody else mentioned earlier on, one of the most important kind of deadlines that you should keep in mind is the 31st of July, which is the first opportunity to contribute written statements to the WSIS process and to the eventual zero-day document that will evolve into the document that will be negotiated in New York. The other important date, so that's the first important date to bear in mind, 31st of July. The other important date is a potential other non-governmental stakeholder meeting that may be held in the September timeframe, October 16th, I think it is, 19th, October 19th, thank you. And that's another date to keep in mind in terms of participating, New York or Geneva to be determined, I assume, and that will depend upon the new presidency of the General Assembly, which will come in September, which is going to be the Danes. So those are the two kind of key points if you're looking at this from key deadlines, if you're looking at this from a non-governmental stakeholder perspective. There is, as I said, there will be hopefully opportunities to participate in the two-day event in New York. Hopefully there will be opportunity to speak. Stakeholders are, in the modalities, encouraged to participate, which is encouraging. But at the same time, a lot is left to be desired. We have, over the past review, which is the 2 years leading up until last June 2014, over that period of that review, there's been a multi-stakeholder process that's been ongoing. And CDT participated in this, as did many other organizations from business and civil society and everything else. And that process was very open. And that process was basically everybody sitting in a room, largely behaving and acting as equals, largely, being able to contribute to drafting documents, et cetera, et cetera. So that we made considerable strides from the year 2005 to the review process that we had over the past 2 years. And unfortunately, this part of the review process now moves into this intergovernmental phase, and that changes the dynamic a lot. It feels like we've, in a way, kind of stepped back a little bit. We don't have as much access as we had in the past. It's not as open as it was in the past. And you've heard others speaking about the importance of continuing to push for it to be opened up more as much as is possible. Some of the key issues, David's already alluded to some of them. in the meeting on the 1st of July in New York, when the government spoke, we saw many of the same issues come to the fore as we'd seen over the past 10 years. Obviously financing, obviously development issues, obviously internet governance issues. Some recognition, not a huge amount of recognition of the fact that good governance, enabling environments and competition and things like that have contributed to the changing environment in the internet, but some recognition of that. So we're going to see a replay in New York of many of those same issues, the degree to which is still a kind of an open issue. So there'll be a call for more funding, there'll be a call for more intergovernmental enhanced cooperation, hopefully there'll be a call for the IGF to be renewed, we'll be pushing for that. And there is a general recognition that somehow we need to get back to some of the really early intent of the WSIS, which was how do we harness and capture the potential of ICTs for development, and how do we do more of that? And I think that's one of the kind of the key messages that we have to think about going forward, and let me just touch upon a couple of them. What's really important in this process is that we not let some of the disagreements over internet governance issues get in the way of making the most of the linkages we can see between the WSIS review and the Sustainable Development Goals. Because these things are happening at the same time, and we need to be able to say, and we need to be able to push the agenda that says ICTs are incredibly important for the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. And that needs to be, I think, one of our biggest messages in this process and biggest points to leverage. So we really need to be careful that the discussions on enhanced cooperation, which we have not been able to agree for the past 10 years, make sure that they don't get in the way of really pushing for ICTs for development. The other big question is going to be multi-stakeholder versus multilateral, and I think we want to talk a little bit more about multi-stakeholder processes as well on this panel, but that discussion is going to come to the fore again. It seems to me that we need to still get much more concrete, much more practical in what we mean by multi-stakeholder. Okay? It's really important that we do that, and we spend some time, spending a lot of time on doing that when we go into this meeting in New York, and then looking beyond that. There'll be a whole host of other issues that have been raised before, cybersecurity, privacy, and other things. We already saw in the G77 statement that was made on the 1st of July, pushing on the issues of cybersecurity, pushing on the issues of privacy. We'll see those come back to the fore. I think the important thing for us is also, and maybe we can talk about this later, is what happens post-2015? How would we like to see the environment evolve? Surely we don't want another 10 years of debating issues that we can't agree on. Maybe how do we move beyond that, and how do we evolve beyond that? I'll stop there.
Well, thank you, Matthew. Excellent bringing us up to speed, and particularly the focus on multi-stakeholder. You've got to remember that this is still, although we've been living with it and fighting it for many years, in many places it's a brand new concept. It's alien to many forms of government, and it doesn't even translate particularly well into some of the languages that we have to work with. So,
Can I, sorry,
do you want to come back
just
to that?
a plug. Maryland distributed this. This is the roadmap that leads up to the December meeting in New York. So it's a number of things on there that I've just outlined.
Yes, that's great. So do pick that up, and I think some of the other speakers are going to refer to that and highlight some of the aspects of that. Can we turn then to another group that benefited greatly from the opening up of this process from being purely governmental, and that of course is business. I'm very pleased to introduce Carolyn Yen from Microsoft, Microsoft and Carolyn have been involved in this process for an awfully long time. Carolyn, you took part, I think, as a business representative in the discussions at the United Nations on the 2nd of July. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about that and about Microsoft's role in this?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you so much, Peter. Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me to be a part of this panel. Can you hear me now? Great, thank you. And David and Matthew did a really great job of setting the context and also some of the issues. And I completely concur with Matthew that we absolutely need to focus the discussion on broader than just internet governance. It is about how to use and leverage ICT and the experience that we've gained over the past 10 years and beyond to accomplish some of the goals in the Sustainable Development Goals. So it is to that I will focus most of my remarks today. Peter mentioned that I had participated in the UN event on July 2nd, so I'll be sharing much of the same comments, which is entirely about raising awareness of how business has embraced multi-stakeholder. So it's very much the practical angle in terms of how multi-stakeholder has enabled us to achieve the WSIS action lines in support of the Sustainable Development Goals. And then based on those practical experience from Microsoft, some thoughts on what still needs to be done. So as part of Microsoft's mission to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more, we are focused entirely on creating innovative ICT solutions and initiatives that are inclusive and helps to realize the full potential of the peoples around the world, while enabling sustainable social and economic development entirely through partnerships and working with local business, governments, civil society, and others in countries where we operate. By ICT, I want to spend a little bit of time to expand on this. We don't just mean the technology, but also a more holistic and layered framework to bridge the digital divide. There are two components. One which focuses on affordable and universal access to broadband services and the internet, and then the capacity building locally that are needed to enable not just adoption, but also production and consumption of localized contents and services through training for young people, especially girls, and disadvantaged populations, along with support for local small and medium-sized enterprises. I will share three specific examples, one in access and two in capacity building. An example of a multi-stakeholder project in access and community empowerment is our Mawingu project to deliver low-cost wireless broadband access to previously unserved locations near Nanyuki, Kenya. The 2013 project was developed in partnerships with the Government of Kenya's Ministry of ICT, with a local Kenyan telecommunications operator, and a Nanyuki-based systems integrator in conjunction with USAID, and strongly shaped by input from the local communities. It utilizes the TV white space technology that Microsoft developed, which enables low-cost yet long-range broadband connectivity, and uses solar panels to provide power for the base stations and for charging devices that are used to eliminate the need for an electricity infrastructure. Connected organizations include a school, a farm, library, government offices, and a local Red Cross. So by working together with the local communities and other stakeholders, we were able to deploy a sustainable and practical solution that addresses real needs, reinforcing the value of the multi-stakeholder approach. 14 other similar projects have been implemented in countries in Africa, Asia, the Americas, and Europe, supporting 70 primary and secondary schools and 8 universities for a total of about 140,000 students. Other applications include healthcare, telemedicine, and a wide range of new business opportunities. The initial engagements for some of these projects can be traced back directly to discussions that we had at the 2011 IGF in Nairobi. So this provides some pretty concrete examples of the value of the IGF, which is a unique and successful creation of the Tunis agenda. Others have addressed to how much it has grown and what value it has served. We absolutely believe that the IGF mandate must be renewed as part of this review process so these valuable interactions can continue. Turning our attention now to capacity building, which is a critical part of this dialogue, is the empowerment of the next generation with appropriate skills necessary for success in an information society. In response, Microsoft launched a Youth Spark program in 2012. As to results, as of the end of last year, via 30+ programs and partnerships with more than 350 youth-serving nonprofits, we have created new opportunities for more than 227 million young people in over 100 countries, including specific programs for girls, a network of innovation hubs that provide training, guidance, and resources to local entrepreneurs and developers. In developing these initiatives, we collaborated with local governments, civil society, nonprofits, and businesses globally and locally to understand the challenges that young people face, again, demonstrating the value of the multi-stakeholder process. Another important aspect of capacity building is addressing accessibility and inclusiveness, empowering all people regardless of age, ability, or language. Overall, about 1 billion people, or 15% of the world's population, have some form of disability, and 80% of them live in the developing world. We also embrace the multi-stakeholder approach here in our initiatives, including working with a school for blind students in Kenya, low-income populations with disability in Latin America, and accessible electronic voting machines. In 2013, we joined with the Broadband Commission for Digital Development, the Global Initiative for Inclusive Information and Communication Technologies, which some of you may know as G3ICT, the ITU, UNESCO, and others to jointly produce a report called the ICT Opportunity for Disability Inclusive Development Framework. G3ICT then produced a UNESCO report on WIS's progress relative to people with disabilities with very specific recommendations and call to actions for governments. So these are just a few examples of the impact of the multi-stakeholder approach, and hopefully provide you with some more practical examples of what this term means and how it can help to achieve meaningful results for the WIS's action lines. Each stakeholder contributes unique value, with government providing appropriate policy and regulatory frameworks to enable these achievements. These approaches, in addition to the value provided, can also enable more rapid integration of new technologies such as cloud, data analytics, and the Internet of Things, and more opportunities to leverage these innovations in a practical way to address real needs, while ensuring that issues such as human rights are also considered. These results affirm the vision of the Tunis Agenda and the value of the action lines, and also clearly demonstrate that there is more work to do. The review process provides an important opportunity to recognize the progress that has been achieved, enabled by an open, secured, stable, resilient, and globally interoperable internet, but also to set a clear path to future realizations of the Sustainable Development Goals. Looking forward, we need to continue to leverage the multi-stakeholder approach to help create a holistic and enabling policy environment that will continue to promote sustained investment, as David and Matthew have mentioned, innovation, and enable the flow of information necessary to support development of ICT services and applications that can empower every person and every organization on the planet to reap the full potential of information society. New challenges will certainly need to be addressed as technology continues to evolve, and capacity building will need to incorporate these new challenges. There must also be a clear linkage between the WIS's action lines and the Sustainable Development Goals. As some of the issues raised above regarding gender equality, accessibility, and inclusiveness have been further developed in the SDGs, there should also be measurable goals. We will need participation, meaningful participation from all stakeholders, especially those from developing and least developed countries. Microsoft and others in the business community look forward to supporting this process and contributing value wherever we can.
Thank you, Carol. You're quite right to point to the important role of measurement in these things, and as Matthew said, that there's much more to this. We're actually reviewing the outputs and reviewing the performance against these goals. So thank you for that. I'm going to ask Laura Donatis now to shift us out perhaps a little bit and look at some of the wider implications of the multi-stakeholder model itself, which is the underpinning to this particular review. Laura.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be attending the United States Internet Governance Forum and on this panel on WSIS Plus 10. The Plus 10 part is really interesting to me. 10 years is an eternity in Internet time. I think it's important to acknowledge that. Think about some of the things that have happened over the last 10 years. Around the time of Tunis, there was a new service called the Facebook, as it was called then, introduced at Harvard University. And on February 14th of that same year, the youtube.com domain name was activated. I believe we had the first United Nations report on the Internet of Things at that time. And on my front, I was finishing up putting the final touches on my doctoral dissertation on IPv6, which only this room can appreciate. But since then, we've had the rise of Twitter and Reddit and drones and Google glasses and, join in here, the iPhone and mobile access, the so-called Arab Spring, the Egyptian internet outage. I could go on and on and on. I have to include the Snowden NSA revelation. So everything has changed. The internet has grown to 3 billion. This will soon grow to 5 billion, with most of that growth in the developing world, with people accessing the internet from cell phones. So nothing is the same. Reviewing WSIS goals is inherently interesting because of that. It's backward looking, it's nostalgic, but it's also vitally important. There are completely new digital divides, I would say, from what we saw only 10 years ago. Not necessarily only based on access, but on the question of who gets to innovate, who gets to participate, who can afford connectivity, not just gain connectivity. And what counts as privacy and expression in the digital age is a debate alive and well, as we well know. But one theme that has stayed the same is the multi-stakeholder issue. This is something that has definitely been present for this entire time. And I think it's in some ways in this room and in our communities in which we travel, it's a norm. As Secretary Strickling said this morning, we can certainly have a critical stance around the ism part of it. I just wrote a paper called Multi-Stakeholder Ism, Anatomy of an Inchoate Global Institution, that looks theoretically at that and compares it to other forms of governance. So yes, I do use that word occasionally, tongue in cheek. But the one point that I'd like to make is that if you look at the totality of internet governance, it's many different functions, and we can't have the same type of governance for each of these functions. So there's not enough time to unpack that here, but there are layers and layers and layers of internet governance functions, and the same type of approach is not ideal for each of them. But if you look at the totality of it, it's vitally important for the different stakeholders to have some role if you look at the entirety. And the reason I say that is to this, it seems obvious in this room, we can't take that for granted, that ideal for granted. I'll give you one example, just considering the terminology of the BRICS Summit Declaration that just came out this month. Have you had a chance to read through that? The BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa Summit Declaration, in my opinion, uses some terminology that favors multilateralism rather than multi-stakeholder approaches. So it depends on the context. We can't take for granted that that is a norm. One of the quotes from there is, "We acknowledge the need to promote, among others, the principles of multilateralism, democracy, transparency, and mutual trust." So this is something that has to continually be promoted. I also want to suggest some contemporary challenges in multi-stakeholderism and particularly in internet governance that should be prominent in any WSIS plus 10 discussions. It's important that we not lose sight of the internet governance challenges. I would suggest that internet governance ranks among some other global collective action problems like environmental protection, human rights, countering terrorism, because it is the network that connects together not only our public sphere, but all of our industrial systems in our economic life. So it's vitally important. So some trends that I'm concerned about. One is the extent to which governments in the last 10 years have come to be co-opting infrastructures of internet governance for reasons completely having nothing to do with keeping the internet operational. Turning to private interconnection to cut off services, using denial of service attacks to silence dissident media. There's the turn to the domain name system for just about everything. Censorship, intellectual property rights enforcement, surveillance. We have now also the alarming specter of governments banning internet applications that embed end-to-end encryption. So this is the exact opposite of the permissionless innovation that was the zeitgeist at the time of WSIS plus 10. To me, this raises concerns about the collateral damage, not just to free expression, but to the internet itself. Another trend that I would like to suggest is the attempt to overlay national borders on the internet in a way that did not exist 10 years ago. There are tangible political movements to impose national borders over the internet, such as laws requiring data localization. This really has implications for the future of what counts as the internet, and these initiatives are real. Will we have a universal internet, or will we have a fragmented internet? A third trend is something near and dear to my heart. I've done a lot of writing on this subject, open standards. There is a resurgence of proprietary and content discriminatory approaches. The internet really has worked so well because of the open standards that Steve Crocker and Vinton Cerf talked about this morning. There's been a tension over the past decade between these open standards and more proprietary approaches that don't promote interoperability and that don't promote the same kind of competition. So these tensions have always existed, but I believe that this is an issue that should be a prominent feature in discussions. And then finally, the loss of trust and the need to restore trust has to be on the table. Is it possible to strike a meaningful balance between security and privacy? I believe that it is possible. I'm part of a global commission on internet governance that is doing a lot of work on that. But we do need a new approach and a new social compact in which citizens, governments, industry, and the internet technical community have the goal of restoring confidence in the internet in a way that protects personal privacy but also allows for the integrity of the network and the rule of law. So these are pretty big challenges ahead if you look at the contemporary problems. And paying attention to the internet governance challenges of today and tomorrow rather than 2005 is necessary to preserve the promise of the internet that we had in 2005. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Laura. Yes, a powerful reminder of where we were 10 years ago and how much has happened. I wonder if I could just briefly pick up on the point that you take from the BRICS paper, and that might be something we talk about when we open the thing to the floor, and that is its support for multilateralism. And it's often thought that multi-stakeholderism is opposed to it. And the answer is that's not true at all. Being supportive of multi-stakeholderism does not mean that you oppose, in its right place, multilateralism. There's a perfectly good set of places where multilateral organisations have their place, and the same kind of comment can be found, and is often found at ICANN, that because governments are in an advisory role at ICANN, that somehow people at ICANN are opposed to the role of governments. These things aren't true at all. We have to be much more sophisticated, and what we have to do is develop the right techniques for the right place. And it's most of our view that multi-stakeholderism is appropriate in particular for this thing we call the internet. And that's for the kind of reasons that you've given, the speed of development and the things that Caroline's been talking about, the sort of the instantaneous global spread of the internet by comparison with other technologies. So that might be something we can come back to, is the role of multi-stakeholderism in this as opposed to multilateralism or other forms of governance. So thank you for that. So let's come after that then to another representative from civil society, Carolina. Carolina, can you tell us a little bit about what your groups and what civil society is doing in this particular exciting time that we find ourselves in?
Sure. I think I have two roles here. Is both talk a little bit about civil society, but one of the challenges that was posed to me during the panel organization was actually to think after 2015 and actually what that will mean for civil society engagement. Civil society has been active participating in the WSIS review process since its early beginning. Who was directly involved in meetings has varied depending on how we distribute resources. That's why we work in coalition, because we are very few. And while we have people covering WSIS, we had other people covering ITU, and now we have people covering Spectrum and W3C, so we have to divide and conquest. So it was very interesting to see that in core moments we could put some differences together on which groups believe more on multilateralism or multi-stakeholderism, on which of the systems and processes is a better expression of democracy, and we actually could come together to participate in some core consultation moments like the WSIS questionnaire in 2013. So we put forward as a Best Bits Coalition answers to that questionnaire that has not created any barriers for the individual groups who are there forever, like APC, to put their own position forward and things like that. So we, during the MEPP platform consultation, we also have participated on that through this coalition and so on. More recently, I think you guys have seen, and I've been tweeting some resources besides pictures of my panelists, my colleagues. Exactly where you find all these resources from civil society that, besides doing policy, are actually on the ground through grassroots networks, working on how you include people, how you do digital inclusion through this holistic framework. So in Brazil, I'm not known in this community by that, but I have founded a project in 2008 to spur the use of open educational resources. And we have been, through design thinking, teaching teachers and trainers and educators, and we have just trained like 2,000 teachers in Brazil on how you become an author, how you actually become part of this society. So through these grassroots platforms from APC, ISOC, and many others, we are just not doing policy, we are actually changing the market through projects like Microsoft has. One barrier that I think we all face, and I think this is a challenge for us in the next 10 years, is how we're gonna scale these projects, and maybe how we set clear collaboration links and exchange information to scale and not to repeat, because the resources are very few. So these are just examples of the participation of civil society, really always fighting for transparency, inclusion in the discussion, a real meaningful participation through multi-stakeholder processes. And I think my colleagues have covered well, and the fact that we had representatives on the 2nd. I was supposed to speak on the 1st of July in New York, and that has changed, but the 2nd was guaranteed for civil society. I think it's a proof that government is there to listen. And I think that's really important to recognize, because many folks from civil society has companies. We are here since the first WISES, since 2003, which is very different from governments, because folks do rotate. In Brazil, for example, my country of origin, diplomats rotate every 3 or 5 years. So the knowledge gap, even being brilliant people, is there for some time. So I think it's very important for the other stakeholders bring that historical knowledge, so their learning curve is faster. So this is a little bit on the side of civil society engagement. I really want to focus now on the future. I think one of the biggest challenges for this community is actually to start breaking silos, breaking the silos of ICT and development. It sounds weird that I'm saying that, but actually there is a silo. If you actually look into the documents that are now the core foundation for the social development goals, ICT is mentioned in very few words and in very few of the supportive documents and mechanisms for the implementation of the social development goal. That just changed with the expert meeting in June in Geneva, where folks did that chart where ICT, the action lines of WISES, feed into SDG, but that's new, that just happened. And that's really shocking for me to see that that has not happened. But so as you guys know, talking a little bit what's gonna happen after 2015. In 2016, the Millennium Development Goals will be substituted by this post-2015 agenda, which now I've been calling the Social Development Goals. But what is, Sustainable Development Goals. But what is sustainable development? And that's very important, because if you observe even the conferences that we go to, the folks that goes to ICT 4D are not the folks in general that go to IGF. And that is just a very simple example of the silos of the community and the knowledge generated. So sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. It contains within it 2 key concepts: the concept of needs, in particular the essential need of the world's poor, to which overriding priority should be given, and the idea of limitations imposed by the state of technology and social organization to the environment's ability to meet present and future needs. Climate change was finally recognized within that second piece. And I think finally we have recognized ICT has a great part of both pieces. And the Millennium Development Goals have been the key force shaping the international development agenda since early 2000s. It is argued that the same will be true for the post-2015 agenda. However, the WISES review seems to be, it seems that the narrative was broken in 2 paths: the WISES review and the WISES vision for the WISES beyond 2015. It's very interesting to understand, it's actually confusing to understand all the different parallel processes that are happening here, and we are trying to map for you and to engage to. But based on the international narrative, but mostly important, the international funding, the SDGs are actually much more urgent and important for the international community than our ICT space. the billions dedicated to the SDGs by international philanthropy and government is incomparable to what's dedicated to WIC's actions line. So I think it's really important to understand that a lot of times the funding and the priority at the level of the executive will determine the willingness of governments to actually move and implement things forward. So to understand these silos, the silos that exist in the narrative is really important to understand, will the action lines actually be implemented and how and for what? So a couple of examples just to illustrate a little bit clearly what I'm saying. So poverty was central to the MDG agenda and remains central for the post-2015 agenda. Yet after sustainability, it's the second most comparatively underrepresented in terms of ICT 4D and WICs, if you look at the bibliography and the documents that support this both negotiation processes. So one example. And I think, and in its beginning, if you were there in 2003, WIC's process was aimed at identifying ways to use technology to improve people's lives. That was always the core goal. But I think that a lot of us felt that during this past 10 years, process issues became the focus, like how IGF will operate, is this multilateral, multi-stakeholder? And I think sadly, if you were here this morning, you saw the example of the math club in the opening session, right? It's stuck for a year because of process issues. And I do believe that we had a lot of advancements, but I do believe that WIC's stayed stuck in a lot of process issues rather than substantive issues. And I really hope that now, with this clear linkage of the SDGs with the WIC's action lines, we're finally gonna move in a right direction. And I hope that civil society and the business sectors and the academia sector, we are there to keep calling the attention for that and to ensure that this agenda is priority for the highest levels of the executives of the governments involved. So I think this is a little bit one of the scenarios, and I'm very afraid that if this clear linkage and priority is not given, even if we have to pick and choose which action lines are central or not, we may see just another 10 years of just focusing process and not substance. And I think that our kids should not be subject to that in the next 10 to 20 years. And I think it's really imperative that governments have that very clear and take the responsibility of really fulfilling their commitments to inclusion through access and broadband plans, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a little bit the scenario.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. And thanks also for that passionate call about silo breaking. I think that's one of the most important things we can address, and also obviously the point you make about linking the Sustainable Development Goals with the action lines. So we've talked about a number of countries. I managed to get a mention of New Zealand in. We heard from Brazil. We've had trips to other foreign countries. This is, after all, the IGF of the USA. So let's finish by bringing it home. And we've got Marion Gordon from your US State Department to tell us a little bit about the role that the State Department is playing in some of these debates. And hopefully, Marion, a bit of a call to action. If we manage to get some excitement in the room, how can people engage in the US process?
Thank you, Peter. Well, it's my pleasure to be here to say the following, that the United States is very pleased that non-governmental stakeholders will participate in the WSIS Plus 10 high-level meeting and its preparatory process. Stakeholders from industry, civil society, academia, and the technical community have been fundamental to the success of WSIS implementation, and they deserve to have prominent voices in the 10-year review. As has been said, I think even within the last hour or so, the United States government has worked very hard last year during negotiations on the modalities for the WSIS Plus 10 review to secure non-governmental participation. We faced resistance from some other member states in securing this important opportunity. For those who are not perfectly expert, just let me repeat perhaps once more to make it simple, The agreed process for WSIS Plus 10 review now includes intergovernmental negotiations led by 2 co-facilitators, UN ambassadors from the United Arab Emirates and Latvia, as well as, of course, multi-stakeholder consultation. Multi-stakeholder consultations will be convened by the President of the General Assembly. Regarding participation, participation at the intergovernmental negotiations will be more restrictive than at the multi-stakeholder consultations. That said, some non-governmental stakeholders that already have standing with the UN Economic and Social Council will be able to attend as observers. I'm happy to tell you also that intergovernmental negotiations will be streamed so that there will be some transparency. The multi-stakeholder consultations, of course, are more inclusive and will include all relevant WSIS stakeholders. Stakeholders will also be allowed, as has been said, and I think it's important to say this at least once more, to make written inputs into the preparatory process. And representatives of relevant WSIS stakeholders will be allowed to speak during the high-level meeting in December. Much has been said of the timetable. All of you have it, I think perhaps have a timetable. I do. I'm happy to share. It's our hope that the stakeholder community will take advantage of the opportunities to engage in the WSIS Plus 10 process where appropriate. Obviously, we wish there was even more stakeholder dialogue and collaboration during the WSIS Plus 10 review, but we believe that the President of the General Assembly and the co-facilitators are working very hard to incorporate all relevant voices into the process and outcome. We also encourage all stakeholders to continue to actively participate in WSIS stakeholder meetings that are organized by the State Department under our advisory group processes to prepare for the WSIS Plus 10 high-level meeting in December. These meetings allow the United States government to form its position in tactical planning for the high-level meeting, informed by stakeholder views and information that they are willing to share, that you all are willing to share. Since I have you as an audience here, let me tell you that the next meeting is scheduled for next Wednesday from 9:30 to 11, and I would encourage all to attend. If you have an interest in attending and you don't know about it, just come and find me. I'm happy to tell you where it is and what we'll be talking about. And I'm also happy to report that Ambassador Sepulveda, who will be leading the preparatory process for the United States, will be, we think will be attending. It's been said before, but it's worth saying again, that we're committed in the United States government to continuing the important and useful dialogue and collaboration between the government and broader stakeholder community throughout the WSIS Plus 10 process, and we look forward to hearing about your concerns and priorities, not only at this opportunity, but at all of the opportunities that we have from here to December. And as I say, including all of the multi-stakeholder meetings that we're conducting here in Washington for those who are U.S. based. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was excellent to hear Julie talking about the same kind of things at a global level that the US State Department is doing. And it's even more exciting, I think, to see that the US government is walking the walk and talking the talk of multi-stakeholder and the consultative process. And so there's the process in action. If you want to get involved, go to those meetings and contribute. And the timetable here that's available at the back of the room has the how and the why and the where. Okay, well, thank you all panelists for giving some very stimulating thoughts and throwing them into a really interesting mix. So we're going to open the microphone in the usual way. If you'd like to speak, please come, announce your name and affiliation if you have one. Don't be ashamed if you haven't. But what we don't allow is anonymous input. It can be unaffiliated. And when I was getting my coffee, I thought Vinny Markovsky said he wanted to ask a question. Or is Vinny here? Where's Vinny? I have to introduce Vinny because he's the former president of ISOC Bulgaria, which is one of the more interesting countries. There's been a coup, Vinny. There's been a coup. And of course, is now Vice President ICANN for engagement with the UN and other similar bodies. Vinny.
Thank you. Maybe New Zealand special services know something that I don't know. And I'm gonna stay here so that I'm not facing with my. I'm not turning my back towards anybody. So yes, I am the Vice President of ICANN, responsible for the UN engagement and based in New York. And thank you for the organization of this panel discussion. But the thing that, and I know David, by the way, we've met way back when I was on the Bulgarian governmental delegation. This was the first experiment where governments were bringing civil society representatives to a governmental meeting, and there are some fascinating memories from that time. Like, for example, that we were not supposed to speak. The foreign ministry official deliberately told me when she left me in that room with the governmental officials, you're not supposed to speak. And by the way, it was 2003, Bulgaria was candidate for the EU. Whatever the EU says, you would say, yes, we agree with that. So just to make you a little bit, kind of wake you up a little bit maybe, because it's late in the afternoon now. But when she came the next day, she entered the room when Markus Kummer, who is now on the ICANN board, back then he was chairing this meeting, was thanking me for the participation I had in this discussion, and she was shocked. She thought she's going to be fired. She thought that the European Commission representative, the European Union, would send a letter to Bulgaria to complain about this young guy back then. And it turned out that I was the only person with technical background who could actually explain to the diplomats what the internet is. And they didn't know. And by the way, the creation of the working group on internet governance was because there was no understanding what this thing is. So 12 years further, and coming to today's WSIS +10 discussion at the UN diplomats are where the Geneva diplomats were 12 years ago. In other words, they are not really familiar with the internet. They are discussing very high-level items on, and then think about the fact that the internet, the WSIS, compared to nuclear proliferation, war in the Middle East, poverty, you call it, disasters, this is nothing. WSIS is like nothing. It's big for the people in this room. It may be big for some of the diplomats who are engaged now in this process, but for the UN as a whole, WSIS is coming in December, so there is time until then. This is one thing. And second, well, yes, there is the SDG summit in September. There is a climate summit in Paris. There is, if you will, UNESCO General Conference. You know, there are so many events in between that people are not really thinking this is as important as we, the people here, believe. And the second thing is they really need a lot of information. So what I do, for example, when I go and meet with governments, be that on bilateral meetings or in workshops that we help organizing, it's provide them the information, tell them how the internet works. That's why today, this morning, when Vint and Steve Crocker were talking about the history of the internet, I found this fascinating, and I think it will be good for the diplomats to hear it, because it explains also why the internet needs this model of multi-stakeholder governance. Why it's not really how the governments tell you what to do and it has to be done. It answers also to questions to some diplomats which they have asked, for example, well, why don't the UN takes over? And it answers to questions which other countries have said, well, why not the ITU have a veto power over the ICANN board decisions? And stuff like that. So when they hear the history, I think, and when they hear engineers talking about, I love I think Carolina mentioned it, about the math club. This is a fascinating story. If a UN diplomat hears that they wasted 1 year in creating the framework and not doing anything, they'll say, oh, that's, it's normal. Yeah. For the people who have done the internet since the beginning, it's something quite different. Anyway, to go back to the questions, I think my question would be probably for the current US State Department official, not the previous one. I knew it. You know, David actually sent me an email saying, if you ask a question, ask Marion, not me.
Did you say that? That's somebody who counts.
And he is an ambassador, so I have to listen, you know, community member. No, the question is, there is and this is an observation which have happened in July 1st and 2nd. Like China publicly announced that they support the IANA transition and the ICANN multi-stakeholder model at the UN. India has announced also a shift in position from the big, countries. It's kind of only Russia, South Africa from the BRICS ones, which are still kind of not quite certain where they are. But what do you think would be the best way to approach every country, because it shouldn't be approaching only the BRICS countries, it should be approaching everyone. We have here, as ISOC Bulgaria, other ISOC chapters, you have Kathy Brown, there are more than 100 chapters. Do you think there is a way for us as community members, as ICANN community members, as Internet Society, businesses, etc., to approach governments around the world to explain to them what this whole thing with the WSIS is and why it's important, preserve the model, etc., etc.?
Marion, having been targeted for that question.
Well, this is just another opportunity for me to invite everyone who, as I say, is U.S. based, to come to the stakeholder meetings that we have, so that these kinds of issues can be treated in more detail. One of the things that that we talk about in these meetings is how we can effectively present our positions at the really in many different fora, but certainly we're talking now about the high-level meeting. So I think this is a subject that deserves some further conversation, and I would, this is an opportunity too. We began this conversation by saying that there were so many luminaries around the room. If there are others who have some ideas as to whether how to achieve what Benny was talking about and how to do it in the time frame of the end of the year, certainly perhaps we could that would be something that we could open the discussion to.
Thanks. Well, speaking of luminaries, a good time to actually acknowledge Elia Armstrong, who's here from the UN, from that part of the UN that does the support of many of these agencies that are actually engaged, including the IGF. So by all means, you are very welcome, and if at any stage you wanted to comment, including to augment or help explain, obviously this is one of the silos that we can see being broken down as we sit here. Sorry, was there somebody? Matthew.
Can I just comment on?
Please do.
Just a general comment. I think that one of the things we need to do is think less defensively about the success that's happened since WSIS 2005. Think less defensively about the multi-stakeholder model. This morning we heard Larry Strickling talk about 3 multi-stakeholder national level processes that were going to be rolled out in the US. We talk about, in the spaces of the WSIS, we talk about the IGF and ICANN as being examples of multi-stakeholder. But that's not really where the battle and where we need to be focused on. We need to be focused on what's happening at the national level in the US, in the UK, around the world, how successful that's been, how successful has innovation and entrepreneurship been in countries around the world since 2005, how important has been an enabling environment and competition been to that. So we're always on the back foot on this, in this space. We really need to be telling people about the successes, about the things that we've accomplished and the things that have been done, and focus more about what can we identify at the national level that are success stories.
David, you want to add to that?
Yeah, let me, of course, endorse that, and let me pile on for a moment. I mean, going back, and Laura's touched on this, others have as well, take a snapshot of 2005 and a snapshot of today. And from a policy perspective, the prescription that we put together and talked about in 2003 and 2005 has not been a success. It has been an extraordinary, radical, historic change success. The number of people who have used technology to get out of dire, extreme poverty is unprecedented in human history. The ability of people to communicate, to have access to knowledge since 2005 is unprecedented in human history. The enabling environment that we talked about has borne fruit, has helped those that we talked about from a development perspective in 2003 and 2005 in an extraordinary way. Politically, it has. One can argue on the margins of it, but it has really changed the whole debate. You know, Kathy Brown talked at lunch today and has talked before about collaborative governance. You know, I think part of the problem here is we may get ourselves a little too wedded to terminology like multi-stakeholder, which sort of has its own baggage now and is very hard to explain to anybody, including myself. But you know, the concept of collaborative, I want to endorse, because I think people sort of have a viscerally better feel about that somehow you work together, not a question of trying to everybody come and everybody gets an equal say. So I think we can sort of work on those things, but I agree with Matthew that there is no reason to be defensive. And let me also quickly say, that's no reason just because we don't need to be defensive that it isn't going to be a difficult process, because these benefits are not universally applauded. It will be very difficult. Daniel's going to have a hard time working through these things. This is not going to be an easy process, but it's one in which I think everybody ought to be very proud about.
Absolutely. Carolyn.
Just to add on to what David and Matthew had been saying, I think that in many ways we talk about the process, and I think it was Carolina who talked about the need to focus on a substance instead of on the process. The term of collaborative approaches towards this, and then so moving the conversation away from the process to focus on the end result, so that I believe that if a national government can look at what are some of the economic benefits, the educational benefits, and some of the other social benefits that are delivered through this collaborative approach, we can move the conversation towards a different level rather than just is multi-stakeholderism better than multilateralism. So that's just a plea to, I think is the
Very helpful. We certainly have, we have great results to focus on, and we don't want to get taken down into either a semantic sort of rat hole or any kind of particular process rat hole. Well, let's come to the floor. Marilyn.
Thank you. My name is Marilyn Cade. A few years ago, I was one of those people from the business sector who had a very big challenge because I managed to get myself to Geneva during the first preparatory process. And I even managed to get myself into the Palais, but I couldn't manage to get myself into the room. So I had to justify to my boss at the time, Woody Kirkeslager from AT&T, why I was flying to Geneva and hanging out and having coffee with diplomats for weeks at a time. And I want to thank the governments who are in the room today, because there are many governments who are here, as well as UNDESA and Ambassador Gross and the U.S. government, Marion, but other colleagues, about the work that you have continued to do to help us change the modality so that actually more government policymakers, people who are elected to worry about clean water and climate, or they're appointed to deal with building roads or dams, those people are now beginning to talk our language, and I think we need to also start talking their language. One of my biggest challenges when I used to call the press during the two preparatory processes was to get anybody interested in talking about internet governance. I think we should take this opportunity as a window of opportunity we have between now and December to really activate our own understanding and to talk to more and more government policymakers at a national level. So I have a concrete suggestion. Here in this room and at the Igf-Usa are many NGOs and many businesses and many ICT associations who have contacts at a national level. We have almost 50 national and regional IGFs now to build on. Perhaps we could think about what can we do to activate those networks so that more people at a national level feel knowledgeable enough to go in and meet with their government ministry, not just the telecom ministry, but the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Economic Development. If we look at it as a window of opportunity, I really agree with comments that have been made, then we do need to tell our success stories as well.
Thank you, Marilyn. Any response? from the panel? Any other?
I just have
Carolina.
a quick comment. It's related to the previous comments. I think at the end, like if folks here, and I'm sure you did study like cooperation theory and prisoner's dilemma and all that, if we don't move towards with collaboration, and Yochai Benkler has been working a lot on that for the past couple of years, 5 years or more, and mapping a lot of state cases on that. And I think the Berkman Center with the other nucleus, who have mapped a bunch of multi-stakeholderism style projects around the world, if you go to the details of it, it's all about cooperation and understanding that there is a bigger goal, and then process end up not mattering that much. So it was just a comment, and I think that the collaboration, understanding what Marilyn was saying, is exactly into that direction. If we want to implement successful projects and have a common language, the final goal of development should be what actually moves us towards this process and the implementation of the action lines.
Thanks. Ilya, if you wanted to make a comment, please do. From the microphone.
Thank you. My name is Ilya E. Armstrong. I learned to say this from Marilyn Cade. To state your name and where you're from the United Nations, Department of Economic and Social Affairs. I'd like to thank very much the organizers of Igf-Usa for extending the invitation, and a very warm welcome. And I have to say that it has been a very fruitful and rich day for me, and I think the value, of course, is to listen to all the views. I'd like to also, of course, acknowledge, and I was joking earlier, the masters that we serve. Daniel is here, who also supports one of the ambassadors, who is the co-facilitators. So I've been listening very carefully to, you know, your cries for how can we be actively involved, and how can we make our voices heard, and how can we get our concerns on this agenda, and if you would permit me to feel a little bit removed from the multilateral process. So I was thinking about this, and I thought, well, the United Nations is an arena for all voices from around the world to be heard. And how can we ensure that those voices from the South are heard? And we heard, there was a reminder that the original goal of WSIS was about the deployment of ICTs for development. And now the world, at the 70th anniversary of the United Nations, is at a crossroads and coming up with a collective vision, a visioning of back to those original fundamental goals. And regardless of whether ICTs is explicitly mentioned or not, it seems to me that the SDGs and that the grander vision will not be possible without ICTs. So this comes back to the point that how do we give voices, the voices of the South to be heard? And if you could find a way to reach out to ensure that that happens, and then we can incorporate them into the processes. Now, you heard a little bit about the roadmap. Yes, there are these face-to-face meetings, but we are also working on remote participation. There is the submissions process. And if there could be, I think from what I've heard from the State Department, this reaching out by the national governments to the other stakeholders and to try to get a sense of that, if that model could also be encouraged in other countries without in any way trying to play down the importance of multi-stakeholderism for whatever it is, however you define it. And perhaps I would also suggest not to lightly throw away the model of multilateralism also. It was once upon a time an innovation of its own kind and did serve a very important purpose. So thank you very much for your attention, and thank you again for your invitation.
Thank you very much, and we certainly welcome all of those comments and look forward to ways of extending that cooperation that's already underway and looks like continuing. Anyone from the panel? We've got 10 more minutes, so there's room for, if there's not another question, I don't see anybody, let's have some closing thoughts from the panel. Perhaps go in reverse order than we started.
No, I just finished a moment ago. Everything's fresh and everything's fine.
This is not a compulsory, this is an optional. Carolyn?
Sure, so in closing, first of all, I mean, I think that as others have said already, we have an opportunity to contribute and make clear what are the specific results. I very much agree and concur with Marilyn's call to actions, and furthermore would like to put in a plug for the IGF intersessional work on policy options for connecting the next billion as another opportunity and effort to make a collection of very practical examples of collaborative approaches in ICT supporting the WSIS action lines and subsequently the Sustainable Development Goals. I think that's an important conversation for us to get through and just to get practical examples out there.
Yes, can I just pick up on that point? If people aren't aware of it, there's a lot of intersessional work. In other words, not just at the annual IGF, there's a lot of other opportunities for people to get involved in the IGF work, including just one of the 6, a new one on trying to prevent abuse of women online. And these are things that are running all year and culminating, so you don't have to just go to the annual IGF to participate. Laura.
Thank you very much. I've enjoyed the comments and find it to be a very productive discussion. I want to respond to something that Vaini said that I found very interesting. He was saying that some in the United Nations community don't think of the internet as important as some of the other issues like climate change and human rights. And I know Vaini doesn't believe that, and I just want to come down strongly against that. Imagine not being able to access a bank account. Imagine not being able to access healthcare in parts of the world. Imagine if entire industries stop functioning because the internet goes down. This is part of a situation where we sometimes take the internet for granted. And if we take the internet for granted, how much more do we take internet governance for granted? This thing doesn't just run itself. It's very complicated. Think about the domain name system alone, resolving hundreds of billions of queries a day in a complicated distributed system involving multiple institutions. There are buildings. The internet is not just a cloud. There are buildings with Coke machines and people and institutions. And I want to just put a plug in for not taking this for granted, because tying it in with the other excellent intervention, and so happy to have someone from the United Nations here. I think this point of tying it together with the deployment of ICTs is a very important one. And I want to emphasize that if the internet does not continue to have a stable system of internet governance, we will not have the kinds of benefits from ICTs that we've been able to have in the last 10 years. So I encourage the discussion to come outside of the dialogue, because the internet governance takes place while we're having this discussion. So come out of the dialogue and focus on things such as the problems with data localization, the problems with putting national borders over the internet, and other kinds of concerns. So I'm excited to be part of this panel, and I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Matthew.
Just a further thought, when we're thinking about the Sustainable Development Goals, these aren't anything new. These challenges have been with us for decades, if not longer than that. What we have to show, what we need to show, is that ICTs are absolutely fundamental to moving forward and being able to meet these challenges head on. And I think the more that we can do that, the more that we bridge between the WSIS and the SDGs, the more productive we'll see, the more engagement we'll see on internet governance issues, and the more we'll see in terms of economic development. We resolve some of these challenges, we'll see a bounce in economic development. And so really pinpointing how ICTs, innovation, entrepreneurship can solve issues of sanitation, issues of poverty and education, I think is key for us over the next 6 months and post-2015. Thanks.
Absolutely. Pointing out how it affects the bottom line is another good way of attracting people's attention, isn't it? Carolina.
No, and just to bring another pepper to the debate, another spicy here. And internet's so important that now the trade machine has taken up to protect the open internet, right? So if you see all the trade agreements, and that was debated already in the panel earlier today, trade is a big vehicle for internet regulation nowadays. I've been mapping the past 10 years of bilaterals and multilaterals and the expansion qualitatively and quantitatively of internet-related norms is incredible. Has it happened with IP the decade before? And if we are not attentive to that, that can be a weight that unbalance the equilibrium we would like to see for sustainability and poverty. I think trade is extremely important, but those sustainable development goals are also important. And if we keep those things separated, we may have some chilling effects down the road.
Okay, thank you. And David, you started us off brilliantly. You get a chance to close us out.
Well, I don't know about the brilliant part, but let me just maybe continue on the theme of not being shy and to be proud and to be thinking creatively and new. Building on change, I think, is one of the approaches we can take here. You know, back when I first had the opportunity to get very involved with the United Nations on this issue, I had the honor of being on the UN's ICT task force, which then Secretary General Kofi Annan put together. That was a group from industry, civil society, and governments all together to work on these issues. He put that together because, as was pointed out by Vinny and by others, policymakers, diplomats, and others really were without a clue as to what the internet and the impact could be. That was true all the way through 2003, and less so even in 2005, where it was unclear what the relationship between this unique technology would be and all of the other issues that the UN deals with. You know, the UN deals with whether it's development, peace, whether it deals with the issue of economic change, whether it deals with the environment. The technology we're talking about is now part of the DNA of all of those solutions. So I worry less about trying to convince everyone to make sure that the term ICT is everywhere. I think we've gone beyond that. And the key is to build, in my view, is to go beyond that as well. Not to say no, which is sort of often a knee-jerk reaction, to whether it's a discussion at the UN, whether it's a discussion within with governments, whether it's a discussion within our communities, but rather think creatively about ways in which we can move the process forward. It's really about saying yes and figuring out how it works for everyone. We have an opportunity, because my belief is that as extraordinary as the impact has been over the last 10 years, the next 10 to 20 years will make the first 10 years look absolutely like there was nothing going on. And the key is to use that to convince governments and multilateral organizations to allow the future to happen and not to build in rules and regulations and approaches to retard that. That's not easy to do, but it seems to me that it's incredibly important. I think the opportunity that the co-facilitators and the President of the General Assembly has given to the multi-stakeholder environment here to participate fully is extraordinary, is something to be grabbed. The group that one of the groups that I'm very involved with, the Internet Governance Coalition, has already filed its comments. We didn't wait for July 31st. I encourage others to do the same, in part because that way you don't have to read them all at the same time. And to try to show enthusiasm, move things forward. I don't think this is something to be feared. It's in fact something to be embraced. I think the future is extraordinarily good, and to have the UN be a forum for those discussions is something that should, and I think will, benefit all of us.
Thank you, David. All right, well, that brings us to an end. We're out of time. Please join with me in thanking this absolutely extraordinary, gender-balanced and technically qualified panel. Thank you all for coming. But before we go, please also join me in thanking the organisers of this panel, Marilyn Cade, who's been for a long time the catalyst of the USIGF. Put a lot of work into this. as did her colleague Judith Hellerstein. Marilyn, thank you, and Judith, you did a great job. Thank you all. Thank you. You guys did all the work.
Oh, you're welcome.
Laura, Benny is cross to you about something. You just quote. How's it going?
It's personally.
Right.
Yeah, no, that would be really great. Thank you for the announcement. I was like, uh-oh, I dropped off the list again.
That's a good example of where there's
N-G-U-Y-E. Yeah, sure. Let me just.
and they all struggle.
And then look what, yeah,
And
exactly.
then the internet showed up, and it
Took off, right.
and it took off.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Forget about it.
Yeah, no, history, I think you're exactly right. History is an important guide to that. That's terrific. No, I think I will. I'll use it.
Okay, you on. Do you have a card I will follow up with you just in case? Cover my bases.
Yes, exactly.
Really local or really. This is not a good looking card, but it is
I enjoy you. Oh, thank you. Who was this? Thank you very much. Research from this. And so I invited a couple of the to talk about. She's fantastic. Yeah, she really is. No, she is. She really was very good. It was very astute with her comments. And so we said, okay, so how do we get you then? How do we get you involved in this conversation?
Yeah, I mean, part of what we're doing now is transformation. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, we're just trying to be coordinated, just make sure that okay, no problem.